Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers and students, a very good morning to one and all. Welcome to the day 2 of the 2 days International E-Conference, Current Research in Applied and Fundamental Sciences CRAFTS 2021. I am Ms. Ponima Bhagwat, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the School of Science, Sandip University, Nashik and Microbiologists Society, India. Well, Albert Einstein says, if we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is on occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains thinks about this very dynamic issue of current researches in applied and fundamental sciences at present and in future. I would now start with our first technical session, invited speaker session. I feel happy to introduce the first expert of the today, Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma from Mathematical Sciences, who is going to address us on the topic titled ECG-based heart disease diagnosis using deep learning technique and wavelet packet features. I feel honored to introduce him. Dr. A.K. Verma is Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering at Institute of Engineering and Technology, IET, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra, UP. He has more than 19-year experience of teaching and has published more than 30 research papers. He is reviewer and TPC member of many international conferences and journals such as Elsewhere, IET, Springer, Wallace, etc. He is member of editorial team of IGSP, MECS Singapore. Dr. Verma was awarded with the gold medals in his graduation, BTech, and post-graduation, MTech, for achieving highest marks. He received PhD in image processing. His area of research includes wavelets and their application in signals and image processing. He has also good hand in programming in many languages. Dr. Verma is also imparting the knowledge to the students and researchers worldwide in the latest research areas through his online platform. I am delightful to introduce Dr. Afroz, who is the Associate Professor of Mathematics, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, as the chair of this session. Over to you, sir. Dr. Verma, sir.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Very good morning to everybody. So let me start my presentation. Okay, my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, the screen is visible?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. So a very good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Ajay. I'm going to present my lecture on ECG-based heart disease diagnosis using wavelet features and the deep CNN. So in this lecture, I will focus mainly on the arrhythmia detection and the heart rate estimation. So let me first show you the contents which I will focus. First, I will introduce the topic, that means problem statement and objectives. Then we'll see some basics of the ECG signals and the QRX complex. And then we will see that how we can get the ECG database on PhysioNet. And after that, I will explain my proposed wavelet-based algorithm for the heart rate estimation and the arrhythmia detection. And then I will explain the deep CNN-based approach of arrhythmia detection. And in the last, of course, we will talk about the conclusions. So let me start. So ECG, as we know, that is electrocardiogram, is a graph of voltage versus time, which represents the function of the human heart. So it is obtained by placing the various electrodes on our skin near the heart area. So these electrodes actually generate the electrical signals by converting the vibrations that are caused by our cardiac muscles in depolarization and polarization process of the human heart. So any waveform deviations from the normal ECG pattern, of course, represent the numerous cardiac normal abnormalities, including such as the cardiac rhythm disturbances, which includes atrial fibrillation and the ventricular tachycardia. And it also gives the information about the improper blood flow, such as the myocardial ischemia and myocardial infarction. And we can also get the information about the electrolyte disbalance that is known as the hypokalemia and the hyperkalemia. So arrhythmia, that is of course is the out of rhythms. So it occurs when the electrical signals that coordinate the heartbeats are not working correctly. So this may cause to feel like the racing heart or fluttering. So with this condition, a person's heart may beat too quickly. That is known as the tachycardia, or too slowly. That is known as the bradycardia. And early contraction, that is known as the premature contraction, or the irregular heartbeat or irregular rhythm, that is known as the flutter or AF, atrial fibrillation. So that is most common among the people nowadays. So many heart arrhythmias are generally harmless, but if they are highly irregular, they can cause a severe conditions or potentially fatal conditions in the human. So I have shown you the two ECG waveforms. This first one has arrhythmia. It has irregular rhythm. So you can see that these peaks are actually representing one heartbeat. They are known as the R peaks. So here you can see that these intervals are not uh, equal with each other. You can see that here heartbeat interval is small and here beat interval is large. So this is the case of the irregular rhythm, and this is the case of the ECG with a normal sinus rhythm. So here you can see that the heart is beating at the almost equal normal intervals. All right. So these are the cases of irregular and the regular heartbeat. So in this presentation, I will address only the problem of the arrhythmia. And the objective is to distinguish the cases of arrhythmia, especially the irregular heartbeat cases. So for that, we have designed a system. So our algorithm is fed with these inputs, ECG signals, and it is able to detect whether the input ECG signal has arrhythmia or not. So my output is the answer that will be given by this algorithm, and it will explain us that whether the input ECG is normal or irregular. So this is achieved actually by the two methods. One is the simple method, which is not using any artificial intelligence. It's a simple method which is based on some computation. Second method is based on the artificial intelligence that will utilize the power of the deep convolutional neural network. So I will explain these two methods in this lecture one by one. So let's start with the first method. But before going that, let's have some basics of the ECG signal so we can understand better. So let's see what is the QRX complex. So in a typical ECG wave, as I said, this peak is known as the R peak. So, and this has this one major deflection and these two deflections below the baseline. So they are represented by the QNS. So actually the QRS complex is the combination of these three deflections, Q, R, and S. In a typical ECG waveforms, it actually corresponds to the depolarization of the right and left ventricles of the human heart and the contraction of the large ventricle muscles. So the amplitude of the normal QRS is 5 to 30 mm on the standard ECG chart, and the duration is about 0.06 to 0.12 seconds. The width And the amplitude and the shape of the QRS complex is actually very useful in diagnosing various heart abnormalities. So by observing this, the shape of the QRS, we can have the ideas of various heart diseases. So we have the different shapes of the QRS which are available in the different people like this as shown in the figure. It is not necessarily always in a standard QRS form as I have just shown. It can have the different shapes like this. So actually these different shapes represent the different diseases or abnormalities. So sometimes we get this type of ECG, R peaks, which are tall in the amplitude. So these are actually because of the hypertrophy of one or both ventricles. And it means actually your body is generating the large voltage for the heartbeat initiation. And if the person is carrying some pacemaker, it may be because of the pacemaker is generating the large voltage. Okay. And sometimes we get the small amplitude QRS waves like this in ECG signals. So these are the low voltage waveform, obviously, and they may be because of the in the obese patients, or maybe the case of the hypothyroid and the pleural effusion in the lungs. Okay, there may be some cases. So now important thing is the ECG database. Actually, if you want to work on the ECG signal, definitely you should have the standard ECG signals. So how to get these ECG signals? So ECG signals, test signals are available on the Physionet. So this is the website which is mainly dedicated to the ECG signals, that is a physionet.org. So if you go to the website, you will have the various databases. On this link, you can find physionet.org about and databases. So if you go to any ECG signal, the ECG signal is actually has three corresponding files with a .atr extension, which is including the reference annotation of that corresponding ECG signal, and then .dat file that includes actually your signal, and the .ha, that is the header file, which has some basic information about that ECG signal. So these actually uh, files are not compatible with some software such as MATLAB. So for example, the system I have designed in the MATLAB. So MATLAB is not compatible with these files, so I am not able to read this file. So what I have to do? So for that, I have to download a MATLAB toolbox, which is also available on this link. But using this toolbox is again complex. Okay, it is not so easy for the all people. So there is another way to get the MATLAB compatible files from the Physionet, and that is the ECG database, which is available on the Physionet ATM. So from Physionet ATM, you can find the .mat extension files, which are MATLAB compatible. So you can directly read these ECG signals in the MATLAB, and you can plot them, and you can do any exercise on them. So this is the link of Physionet ATM. So when you click this link, you will get this type of interface, right? So in this type of interface, uh, you can see that this is the input, and here you can select your database of choice. So when you click this drop down list, you will have a list of various databases, ECG databases. So you can select any database of your choice. For example, let's say ECG ID database I select. And in these database from record, you can choose any ECG wave, any record, right? And each ECG record can have the different ECG waves. Okay, it can have 12 waves, 3 waves, 2 waves, like that. So you can select any one wave or all waves, and you can select the length of the waveform, like 10 second, 1 minute, 1 hour, 12 hours, or up to the end. You can select the time format, you can select the data format. And in the toolbox, if you select this drop down value menu, you can see that plot waveform is selected. So if you select this plot waveform, you will have the plot of that corresponding ECG waveform here. So you can visualize the ECG waveform. And now if you want to download this waveform in the MATLAB compatible format, just click this again and select export to the .mat extension. So select this option, and just scroll down. And here you can see that your ECG signal is available in the .NET extension. So you can see that record one am.mat, right? So when you save this save link as, your ECG signal will be saved in the local directory or in whatever directory you want to save it. So this is how you can store your any ECG signal from Physionet ATM. So it is quite easy. Okay. So now let's start with my proposed scheme. So this is without any deep CNN. It's a simple scheme that is based on the wavelet features. So this method actually utilizes the undecimated discrete wavelet transform. And I have used a Simlet 4 wavelet for the decomposition. So the scheme is simple. The first ECG signal goes to the uh, undecimated discrete wavelet transform. That is also known as the AMO-DWT. AMO-DWT means maximally overlapped discrete wavelet transform. So we get the wavelet coefficients of this ECG signal. From those wavelet coefficients, we apply some filtering, such as band pass filtering, and getting some information. So after getting those information, I can predict whether the input ECG signal has arrhythmia, irregular heartbeat, or it's a normal ECG signal. So the undecimated signal DWT, as I said, it is also known as a maximally overlapped discrete wavelet transform. This is actually a redundant transform. It's a discrete, but still it is redundant because we do not go for the downsampling of the wavelet coefficients as in the case of DWT. So if you have the exposure to the discrete wavelet transform with the filter bank theory, you might know that when the signal is convolved with the LPF and HPF, low pass and high pass filters, and then after the filter, the output is downsampled by the two. Okay, so that downsampling we do not do. That's why we generate the large amount of coefficients, and that's why it is known as the redundant. So AMO-DWT actually is defined for all sample size, so it doesn't require the signal length to be in the power of 2, and that is the restriction with the normal DWT. The AMO-DWT is energy preserving transform, so it distributes energy among its all detail and approximation coefficients. And the one good thing about is that it's a shift invariant. So if there is a circular shift in the time domain, your coefficients, wavelet coefficients do not change. So that's why I prefer this undecimated wavelet transform. And now second thing is why we have chosen the Simlet 4 for the ECG signal analysis. Actually, the Simlet 4 wavelet resembles in the shape with the QRX complex of the ECG. So that makes a very good choice for QRS detection. So to illustrate more, let's consider this ECG segment. So the ECG segment is shown in the blue color. So one QRS peak is shown, and the red one is actually your Simlet wavelet. So you can see the resemblance in the shape. So that is the motivation behind using the Simlet 4 for the ECG signal analysis. This Simlet actually are near symmetrical wavelets, which are proposed by Dobishes as modification to her own family of the wavelets, which is known as the Debussy family, DB family. So the basic properties of the Simlets are as follows. It is available with us for from second order to the 45 order. And of course, it's orthogonal and biorthogonal. It has a compact support. That means it can be applied. It can be used in form of the filters. DWT, I mean the discrete wavelet transform and the continuous wavelet transform is possible. And the support width is 2n minus 1 and the filter length is 2n. That means those low pass and high pass filters which are used for wavelet decompositions, they have the length 2n samples. It's a near symmetric and number of vanishing moments are n. So here are some examples of the members of this Simlet family, like Simlet 2, Simlet 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up to 45 we have the Simlet wavelets. So in this case, I'm going to use only the Simlet 4 wavelet. And these are the scaling function. And this is the wavelet function sim4. And this is its corresponding scaling function phi t and psi t. So these are the decomposition low pass filter and reconstruction low pass filter. And these are the decomposition high pass filter and the reconstruction high pass filters. So that will be utilized in the decomposing the signals in at various resolution levels. As I said, the filter length is 2n. So for simlet 4, 2n means 2 into 4, that means 8. So there will be the total 8 samples in these filters. So you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are 8 samples longs. Okay. So now let's come to our proposed scheme. So consider this ECG signal segment. So if you look carefully, just by observation, you can have ideas about the different frequency contents. If you see that this section of the ECG signal is representing very high variations, I mean the fast variations. So let's say this part of the signal is representing the frequency content F1, which is representing the high frequency content. And these R peaks are also contributing some frequency contents. So let's say this is represented by the F2, and we have the slow varying part of the signals also. And let's say the frequency contribution of these slow varying segments is F3. So obviously the relationship is this: the F1 is the highest frequency contents available in this ECG signal. F2 are the middle frequencies, and F3 is lower frequencies available in this ECG signal. So now my objective is that I want to preserve or emphasize these R peaks. I mean those instances where the heart actually deflects or beats. So I want to emphasize these R peaks. It means that if I can filter out these high frequency F1 and the lower frequency F3, and if I can preserve F2, then definitely my output will emphasize these R peaks. So it means a band pass action is needed. I mean, a band pass filtering is needed. That means the high frequency and the lower frequencies are to be eliminated, keeping the middle frequencies to be preserved. So this can be achieved with a wavelet transform. As we know that wavelet transform actually decompose the signal into different frequency bands. So we can achieve this band pass action with a wavelet transform also. But the same action we can also achieve with the normal frequency selective filters. Okay, so we have a large family of the frequency selective normal filters. So if I can apply a band pass filter on this ECG signal, so let's see what output I will achieve. So with these parameters, the lower pass band frequency of the signal is, let's say, 0.08 pi radians per samples, and upper pass band frequency is 0.14 with the stop band attenuation of the 60 dB. I get this type of output. So that is the action of the band pass filter, which is applied. It's a simple band pass filter, okay, which we study in the signal processing or signal analysis. So here I get this output. You can see that R peaks are highlighted, they are preserved, but this is not the output which I am expecting. Actually, I want these R peaks should be well isolated or well highlighted. Here the other components are also trying to match with the amplitude with these R peaks. So this is not a good output. So let's see how this such operation I can achieve with the wavelets, and even better than this. So this band pass filtering can be achieved by the eliminating the wavelet coefficients of some lower scales, I'm in the high frequency, and the higher scales, I'm in the low frequency of ECG signals. So for this purpose, as I already said, that we are going to use the undecimated wavelet transform. So up to the 4-level decomposition of an ECG signal with the simlet 4 is are shown in the figure. So the first one is which is represented by the S. It is your ECG signal, which has all high frequency, low frequency, and middle frequency components. And these are the its coefficients, wavelet coefficients. Okay, so D1 is actually representing the detailed coefficients at the level 1. D2 is representing the detailed coefficients at level 2. Similarly, D3 at level 3, D4 at level 4, and A4. A4 is actually representing the approximation coefficients at the level 4. So you can see from this figure that coefficient A4 is, of course, is a slow varying signal. So it is representing the low frequency. And similarly, you can see that D1 and D2 which are representing very fast changing signal. That means they are representing the high frequency content in the ECG signal, right? So if I can remove this A4 and D1 and D2, that means I am removing the low frequency contents as well as the high frequency contents. So that is, this action is similar to the band pass action, right? So only the D3 and D4 are preserved. So with D3 and D4, if I take the inverse transform where D1, D2, and A4 are simply neglected or zeroed out, only the D3 and D4, we can take the inverse transform, and let's see what type of output we will achieve only with the D3 and D4. And this is the output which we achieve from D3 and D4. So this is a very interesting output, and this is of type which really I wanted to have, where you can see that our peaks are well highlighted, they are very large, and other frequency components are suppressed significantly. So these R peaks are extracted from the ECG signals. Okay, now from with help of some standard peak detection algorithm, I can simply find all these peaks. I mean the amplitude of these R peaks in the ECG signals, and I can also find the time instances at which these peaks are located. Okay, so by simply counting these R peaks in a particular time frame, I can simply find the heart rate. Okay, so once the heart rate is found, you can show that the heart rate of the patient is high, I mean beyond the limits, or it is under the limits. It's a normal, either it is racing heart or it is a normal. But at this moment, you can't estimate whether the input ECG has an irregular heartbeat. Okay, you can find the heart rate at this moment. You cannot predict about the irregularity. So that we will see in the next section, that how we can find the irregular heartbeat. So this is the method which is based on the discrete wavelet transform, that how we can estimate the irregularity or irregular heartbeat. So on the basis of the RR interval, the irregular heartbeat, I mean arrhythmia, can be detected. So consider this ECG signal which has the arrhythmia. Why it has arrhythmia? Because you can see the intervals of these RR intervals means the distance, I mean the time between these R peaks, any two R peaks. So that is the RR interval, right? So you can see that this time interval is large and this time interval is very small. So these time intervals are not equal with each other, almost equal with each other. They are varying. So that's why it is showing the case of the arrhythmia. So let me show you that how we can find this problem of heartbeat, irregular heartbeat. So what I'm going to do, I'm in this signal for a particular time frame or particular time segment. All the R peak locations are calculated. I mean, I will calculate all time instances at which these peaks are located. So like the first peak is located at the RR1, second is located at RR2 and RR3. So now how to find the RR interval? Simply by subtracting RR2 minus RR1. So the first time interval, RR interval, is a D1. So D1 is calculated simply by subtracting RR2 minus RR1. Second interval is RR3 minus RR2, like that. So you can compute all these RR intervals in an ECG segment, right? So once all these RR intervals are calculated, what we can do, we can find the standard deviation of this these RR intervals. So let's say it is sigma, and on the basis of this sigma standard deviation, I can predict whether the input signal has irregular heartbeat or not. So by following these rules. So what we are going to do, we will say that if this standard deviation is greater than the threshold, then the ECG signal is assumed to be irregular. Otherwise, it is a normal. What is this threshold actually? This threshold is a parameter which is found empirically. So what I have done, I have given various ECG test signals to the algorithm, and I found that the threshold value around 0.1 is value which can be utilized to predict whether the signal ECG signal has an irregularity or not. Okay, so why we are finding the standard deviation? We are finding the standard deviation because the large sigma definitely is representing the more spread of those RR intervals as compared to their mean value. So that means a large value of sigma definitely is representing these intervals are not equal with each other. Okay, so they have the variations in the time. So that's why the standard deviation is utilized. And now let's see what type of test signals I have given to this. So now I will show the simulation of this program in the MATLAB. So these test signals, as I said, I have obtained from the physionet.org. So the test signals are obtained from following three very popular databases which are available on Physionet. The first one is MIT BIH arrhythmia. From this database, I have downloaded 1 minute duration signal, which are sampled at 360 samples per second. And second, I have downloaded from AF termination challenge, AF actually for arterial fibrillation. I mean, that is arrhythmia. So 1 minute duration, sampled at 128 samples per second, and then MIT BIH normal sinus rhythm database. So let's see what type of output I can achieve. So let me show you the simulation. So this is my software and I will show you the output. So let me run this program and it is asking me to choose my input ECG wave. So I'm choosing one ECG wave which has the arrhythmia. So I'm choosing this signal, let's say ARR1. Okay, so it is asking me to enter the sampling rate. This is from AF termination challenge. So it has 128 samples per second sampling rate. So the heart rate is 76 found, and this is the output. So this is your input ECG signal, and you can see with the red dots, all R peaks are localized, R peaks are marked correctly, and what is the status actually? So it says the ECG signal has irregular heartbeats. So that is the output. So it is working nice. So even you by the observation, you can also see that this ECG signal has the irregular RR intervals. So here you can see that the large intervals and here the peaks are very close to each other. So this is representing the case of irregular heartbeats, right? And let me choose another one. Let's say one from the normal rhythm. So I will choose this NSR, I mean, which is the normal rhythm. Sampling rate is 128 and heart rate I got 95 and see the output. It is saying that normal heartbeats. So it is representing the case of the normal heartbeats. And you can also see that algorithm is well able to identify all these R peaks. No one is missed by this. Okay, so heart rate is also accurate, 95. And of course, this heart rate is high. So the arrhythmia is there in terms of the racing heart, but not in the terms of the irregular heartbeat. So you can predict that heart has a high heartbeat problem, but not irregular heartbeats, right? So this is how this software is working efficiently. And now let's come to my second part, that is the proposed method, which is based on the wavelet features again. But instead of discrete wavelet transform, I have used a continuous wavelet transform in this case. And it is utilizing the power of the artificial intelligence. That means I'm using a deep convolutional neural network. Okay, so this is the overall scheme. Here you can see that first we have to prepare the ECG signal database. Now, unlike the previous method, since you have a artificial neural network, so you have to train it. Okay, so for training, we need the large number of ECG database DCG signals. So that is one challenging task to prepare a database that includes a large amount of ECG signals. Then we find the continuous wavelet transform of each ECG signals, and all those wavelet coefficients are arranged in form of the scalograms. If you are aware with continuous wavelet transform, then you must know what is the scalogram. So scalogram actually is a plot of all the wavelet coefficients on time and frequency and magnitude axis. And what now we are doing, we are converting these coefficients into images. So we are converting these scalogram, I mean the coefficients in the RGB color images. And these RGB color images are given to a pre-trained deep convolutional neural network such as AlexNet in our case. So we are training this CNN with these input images. So once this training is finished, we get a trained model. So in the testing, we will get the ECG test signal, and we will do the same operation as what we have done during the training. So we will find the continuous wavelet transform of the input test signals, and we will find the scalograms, and all the wavelet coefficients are arranged, right? And we will convert these coefficients in terms of the image, scalogram RGB image. This will be given to the trained model, and we will get the output. So predicted output will tell us whether the ECG has arrhythmia or ECG is with normal rhythm. So the one good thing about this method is that we don't need to find any empirical value of threshold or etc. So that may sometimes misclassify. So this is free from those constraints. So this is quite easy to use once it is trained. Now let's first come to the ECG signal database preparation. So we have downloaded the signals from following two uh, database. One is the MIT BH arrhythmia. So I have downloaded total the 30 ECG signals of 1 minute duration. They are sampled at 360 samples per second. And then second is we have downloaded the 30 signals, ECG signals from MIT BH normal sinus rhythm. And these signals are also of 1 minute duration and are sampled at 128 samples per second. So now what I'm doing, these 30 signals from each category actually are very long signal. I mean, they have the large number of samples. For example, I'm representing ARR means the signals which have the arrhythmia, and NSR means normal sinus rhythm, the signals which have the normal sinus rhythm. So ARR signals have the total 21,600 samples in 1 minute duration, and NSR have the 7,680 samples in 1 minute duration. So what I'm doing, I'm breaking these long signals into the small pieces of the 500 samples. So I'm breaking the 10 pieces. I'm breaking the signal into the 10 pieces of 500 samples. So by this way, I can increase the size of the database, and definitely that is required to properly train a CNN. So therefore, each category will provide me the total 300 signals. I mean, 30 signals. Each signal is broken into 10 pieces, so total 300 signals of one type. So since I have the two categories, so obviously I have the total 600 recordings. So out of these 600 samples or ECG signals, I will utilize total 75% for the training, and rest 75% for training, and rest 25% for validation. And in validation, each time the inputs will be shuffled. Okay. So now let's see what the CWT is doing here. Actually, as I said, the all ECG signals are actually the one-dimensional signals plotted on the time axis, which are not suitable for the AlexNet. AlexNet actually receives the input in form of the images. So here, the continuous wavelet transform is utilized to convert all the one-dimensional ECG signals into corresponding images. So this is the scheme. So here you have the ECG signal. We take the continuous wavelet transform, and we get the all wavelet coefficients, and they are arranged to form a scalogram. So, so these are actually the coefficients. This is not an image. They have just values. Okay. So now with help of the pseudo colorization, I mean the false colorization, I am making these coefficients or this scalogram in image. So with the color map of type jet having the 128 different colors, with the pseudo coloring, I'm converting these coefficients into an image. You can see, and this image is resized to 227 by 227 pixels. Why 227? Because this is the size which is necessity to for the CNN AlexNet. Actually, AlexNet requires the input image to be in this size. Okay, so after conversion of all ECG signals, as I said, I have total 600 ECG signals, so I will have the 600 corresponding scalogram images. And we will save all the images in two corresponding folders named ARR and NSR. Actually, these folder names will be taken as the labels that will be used in training by the CNM. Okay, so that is the facility of the MATLAB program. The MATLAB can consider the name of the folder as the labels to all images in a particular folder. Right. So now let's have more insight into the continuous wavelet transform. So the continuous wavelet transform, actually I'm taking the analytic Morlet wavelet. This is the wavelet which has the equal variance in time and frequency. And this wavelet has actually the one-sided spectrum. So one-sided spectrum is definitely they will be the complex valued in the time domain. These wavelets are actually the good choice for obtaining the time frequency spectrum. I mean the scalogram using the CWT of one-dimensional signals. So here you can see that we have this ECG signal, and this is the corresponding scalogram in form of image using the analytic Morlet wavelet. We have other choices also. So now let's see how I am using this AlexNet. AlexNet I can use via the transfer learning. Transfer learning means actually this AlexNet is a pre-trained network. It is already trained over the millions of images, and it has a capability to categorize the images in different thousand different objects, right? But since in our case, the output classes are only the two, whether the ECG signal belongs to the arrhythmia or the normal class. So we do not need the thousand classifications. We need only the two classifications. So obviously, we have to tweak the pre-trained AlexNet, right? So this fine tuning of a pre-trained CNN to perform the classification on a new collection of images is known as transfer learning. So what we are doing in our case, actually, why we are using a pre-trained network? Question is why we are not using a fresh CNN from scratch. The reason is the transfer learning is actually the quick and easy rather than training a CNN from the scratch. Because if you train a CNN in a deep learning, you require the millions of input to train a CNN for efficient output. Okay, and also that this requires a huge computation power. So in at our end, generally we do not have these high speed servers or workstations. So we have this simple laptop. So the transfer learning is well suitable for us. So these are the some steps of transfer learning. So for example, we take all the layers of pre-trained AlexNet, and we only modify the last three layers, right? So these last three layers are related with a fully connected layer, softmax layer, and the classification layer. So we tweak these layers, and the less remaining layers remain as it is, right? And then we train this modified network on our database. And once it is trained, and it is ready to predict the output. So now let's see the training outcome of this Deep CNN, which I have used. Actually, at this moment, I cannot show you the training process because it takes time. Because I'm dealing with the 600 images, so my computer will take time. You can see in the simulation result. The simulation finished at 12 minutes 17 seconds. Okay, so I cannot waste your 12 minutes here. So you can just see this overall training process. And the validation frequency, which is quite increasing here, I achieve is 99%. You can see in the output. Okay, so this is quite increasing. And for total training, I have used 8 epochs, and each epoch has 25 iterations, so total 200 iterations in this training. So hardware, you can see that hardware resource is a single CPU environment. My laptop has not any dedicated memory, or sorry, GPU, graphics processing unit. So if your computer has a graphic processing unit, so that will give you the multi-processor environment, and your simulation, I mean the training, will be faster. Okay, so as I took the 12 minutes 17 seconds, in case of GPU, it can be finished in just under 5 minutes, like that. So that is advantage of utilizing the GPUs. So this is the confusion matrix which I achieved after the training. So here you can see that in the bottom we have the input classes: ARR. ARR means arrhythmia, NSR means normal sinus rhythm, and these are the output classes which we have achieved after validation. So out of 50 test classes, you can see the 50 ARR signals are given, and out of 50, 49 are classified correctly as ARR. Okay, and only one is misclassified as NSR. So accuracy is 98%, and in NSR case, the all 50 signals are classified as NSR, and no one is misclassified. So I'm getting the 100% accuracy. So overall is 99% accuracy. So that is quite encouraging. So actually, in this case, I have used a continuous wavelet transform. There is another approach. We can go for the wavelet packet transform also. So wavelet packet also offers a good time frequency representation of the signals. So in the previous scheme, I have used the CWT. You can go for wavelet packet transform. So this is one example where I have shown that how this one-dimensional ECG signal is represented in this two-dimensional image with the wavelet packet coefficients. Okay. So I have also tried the same method with these images, but I got the similar classification results. Okay, because I have already achieved 99, so there was very less scope for improvement. But wavelet packets also has a very good time frequency representation capability. So one can try for their projects. So now let me show you the some discrete testing with this trained model. Okay, so let me jump to my software, and here the program is written for discrete testing. Discrete testing means I will take one signal at a time. I cannot show you the complete training, as I said, because of the time limitation. So I will take just one signal at a time. So this model is already trained. So let me run this program, and it will ask me to choose the ECG wave. So I am choosing one ECG wave of type, let's say, arrhythmia, ARR1. And let me tell you, these signals are totally unknown to this model. Okay, I have not included them in either training or testing or validation. No, in no phase, these signals are included in the CNN training. So these are completely unknown signals to the trained model. So let me select this ARR1, and this is the output. So here, see the title. It is saying that ECG has arrhythmia. Okay, so it is classifying correctly, and by observation, you can also see that we have the different uneven RR intervals like this. Here they are close to each other, and this interval is large. So this has the arrhythmia. So let me run once again, and I can choose another wave of normal sinus rhythm. Let's say NSR1, and this is the output. And you can see the output, it is showing the normal sinus rhythm. So it is the case of the normal beats, right? So this is how this trained model is able to uh, classify or identify the input signals, whether it has arrhythmia, I mean the irregular heartbeats or not, or it is a case of the normal sinus rhythm. And the one good thing is that here we do not need to define any empirical threshold value like that. So let's come to the conclusion. So obviously, the ECG signals are very important to diagnose the various heart diseases, as we have seen. Besides the manual inspection, of course, the computer-aided inspections can also play a very important role and very accurate also. So the computer-aided diagnosis definitely saves our time, money, and the requirement of the expertise availability. So this machine interpretation can be accommodated in portable hardware devices. The one objective is that once these models are trained, you can load these models to some hardware. I mean, some portable machines. For example, a lot of people are already using those ECG machines at home. So they have the capability. Few machines have the capability to tell you whether you have the regular heartbeat or abnormal heartbeat, irregular. So on their LCD screen, you get a symbol of irregular heartbeats showing the arterial fibrillation. So they have already this. Uh, so we can extend this case to the multi-class problem also. So as you have seen that wavelets have shown their significance in ECG feature extractions, and it helped the deep neural network to achieve the 99% accuracy. And the SIMNet4 also achieved its objective, and it is well suitable to analyze the ECG signals. And the analytic modelet proved to be better in the case of the CWT, continuous wavelet transforms. A wavelet packet transform also provides the good 2D representation of the one-dimensional ECG signals. Method utilizing the MODWT, as I explained, It also performs well, but the problem is that it requires the optimal value of the threshold for prediction. So if there is some error in the threshold, definitely we can have the misclassification. The present work, as I said, is limited to the only the classification of the two cases. I mean, it's a two-class case, but it can be extended to the multi-class problem, and definitely it will be challenging. Multi-class will be important because if it is embedded in some hardware, then user or patients at home can diagnose their ECG, even their heartbeats for various diseases. Okay, so they can have the early idea about their problems, heart problems. So the train network can be loaded, as I already said, in the portable devices. So if you are encouraged with this presentation, I suggest the viewers that they can go for the multi-class problem and try to embed the train network in a hardware. So that can be a very good efforts in this research area. So my lecture is finished. Thank you very much. So if you have any query, you can ask me. And I also have my website, that is the exptech.co.in. So you can go to this website, and I have my YouTube channel also. If you search Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma in the YouTube, you will get my YouTube channel. So where you can find all such videos, very interesting videos related or dedicated to the research areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your deep knowledge about this heart disease diagnosis by using wavelet and wavelet transform technology. Now, I
Okay.
request Dr. Afroz to session this chair.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are
Hello.
audible. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you very much for such a nice and informative lecture, sir.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
anybody from viewer have some question, then they can ask. Feel free to ask.
Okay.
I think nobody is here to
The,
ask question. I'm going
okay.
to submit.
Those who have questions, they can put their queries on my YouTube page also. So I regularly answer all the queries daily, several queries daily.
So,
So they
one
have,
question.
yeah.
Which wavelet is based for ECG analysis?
I have shown you that Simlet for shapes is quite resembled to the ECG QRS complex. So that is why it is good choice of ECG signal analysis. Simlet 4.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr.
Nice.
Dr. Verma discussed normal ECG signal and regular ECG signal QRX complex and how to get ECG signal from PhysioNet database and discussed two method discrete wavelet transform method using simulate wavelet 4 and explain continuous wavelet transform based using deep CNN method and wavelet packet transform such a nice way and simple way. I really appreciate the golden words of for such a hot topic in nowadays. The deliberation was very fantastic. Dr. Ajay shared valuable insight with us. Sir, I am thankful to you for
Thank you.
student
Thank you. Thank you,
opinion. This
everybody.
will really helpful for student and sense of
Okay.
honor to chair this session. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. May I leave now?
Thank you, Dr. Verma, sir, for
Oh,
being with us and for addressing this session. And thank you, Dr. Afroz, for chairing the session. Thank you, sir.
okay. Thank you. May I leave now? Okay.
Now, I would like to introduce you to all our second expert, Professor S.P. Dole from Physical Sciences, who is going to address us on radiation therapy for cancer treatment, basics, and new modalities. I feel too glad to introduce him. Professor S.P. Dhole, who is Senior Professor in Department of Physics in Pune University. He is also working as the Director of Alumni Affairs, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and also is the member of Research and Recognition Committee of Physics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Research and Recognition Committee of Physics, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune, Chairman of MPhil Committee, University of Pune, Nodal Officer, University of Pune, Accelerator User Committee, IUSC Coordinator, LG Pune University, Mobile Science Laboratory, Research and Recognition Committee of Physics, DY Patel University, Kolhapur, Head of the Department of the Computer Science, SP Pune University, Chairman of the Departmental Examination Committee, DOP Pune University, Chairman Canteen Committee, Pune University, Board of Studies in Physics, BCNMU, Jalgaon, he is Fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science, Indian Academy of Social Sciences, Allahabad, and Executive Councillor, IASS, Allahabad. Sir is Senate member of SPPU from 2018 to 2023. Sir has completed his PhD in the year 1993 and he was postdoctoral fellow in Nagoya, Japan. He has published 157 research papers in international journals, 76 research papers in conference proceeding, 3 book chapters, more than 129 science fictions, and more than 260 scientific articles in the field of accelerator and radiation physics, experimental and computational nuclear physics, radiation induced defects, diffusion, decoration and synthesis of metal or semiconductor nanoparticle in polymer and glass matrix, medical accelerator physics, and development of micro or nanophosphors for radiation dosimetry in different journals.
Madam, you
16,
just brief, please be brief. Need not to
16
introduce everything.
16 students have completed MPhil, 26 students have PhD under the guidance of the Sir, and 8 students are working under his supervision. Sir has completed 21 research projects and some are ongoing. Sir has awarded with the many awards like Akhil Bharatiya Balkumar Sahitya Sammelana by Gopinath Talwalkar Best Story Award, like awards. And Sir has done various assignments in foreign countries and held many memberships and positions in national and international sessions. I am delightful to introduce Dr. Anil Kulkarni as the session of the chair. Now I request Professor Dole to address us. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Namaskar, Kulkarni sir.
Namaskar, sir. Good morning, sir.
Namaskar. So, can I
Namaskar.
share my the talk presentation? Hello,
Yes,
can you
sir.
hear
We
me?
are highly delighted to
Yes, sir.
have.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are highly delighted to hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, sir.
You
Thank
can
you.
start. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
प्रेझेंटेशन दिसतंय. हॅलो, थांब हे कुठे गेलं रे? तुम्ही अनम्यूट करायला लागेल ना. केलं की हॅलो, प्रेझेंटेशन दिसतंय का सर?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Is it visible? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for introducing me, Dr. Bhagwat. And before I start, first of all, let me thanks the organizers, especially Dr. Lonikar and Mrinalini Deshpande, who has actually given me an opportunity to share some of the work that we have done in this particular direction. And also thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni, who is chairing this particular session. So I hope that I will have, how much time that I have, the 50 minutes or 45 minutes, so that. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? It's good. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can I start now?
Yes, sir, you can start.
I think there is no response from your side, so I thought
No,
whether
sir,
I'm
no.
audible or not. So that
I
is what.
think you have already started.
Okay. How much time that have been given? 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes?
40 minutes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so I think this comes under the physical science, and basically which is related, and it is very good that we have conducted this particular conference for almost all the discipline, like the biology, which also comes under this, chemical sciences and the physical sciences. So I thought I should talk about such an issue, which is very important and has a social relation and is social relevant, so that this radiation therapy for cancer treatment, and I will talk about the basics and new modalities. I may not be able to cover almost all the aspect of the radiation therapies, but they're the basic, like what kind of radiation and the what kind of their interaction, which plays very important role as far as the delivery of energy from the radiation to the tumor is concerned. So those are basics are very important because people doesn't know how the radiation are depositing their energy to the particular tumor or the cell, and cell is getting damaged. So this particular aspect which we will be discussing during this particular presentation. Myself, Sanjay Dhole, and working of course in Department of Physics, Savitribai Phule University. So outline will be as follows: the generation of nuclear radiation, of course, some of the basic concepts like how the nuclear radiation are being generated. As I just want to mention here that not all the nuclear radiations are being used for the treatment of cancer, but some of the atomic radiation like electrons, and in case the positrons and the X-rays are also being used very often. So there are nuclear radiation which are coming from the nucleus, are basically the proton, neutron, and the gamma radiation, and are effectively being used nowadays for the treatment of the cancers of various kind of the the tumors. So the second aspect that we are going to discuss, as I said, is types of radiation and their basics interactions. Because people doesn't know how, when the radiation pass through any kind of radiation, either it is electron, either it is proton, gamma radiation, or X-rays. When they pass through the medium or the human body, then how does that particular thing, the energy is being transferred, and what is the basically outcome of that particular cell damage? So that is very important, that we will see the how does these radiations interact with the medium. And the third one is will go for the radiation therapy for cancer treatment. Basically, I would like to cover some of the aspect of the electron therapy, which is being used for a very specific the tumors. And the another one is the proton, then the gamma radiation, and the carbon therapy, which is coming up nowadays. The carbon therapy has very importance because though it is very heavy ion, but it delivers its energy, almost all the energy, to the tumor. During its passage, it does not release its energy, so that you can save almost all the normal cell or normal cells around the tumor. So moving further, so this is generation of nuclear radiation. So as you know, this is an atom which consists of the nucleus, and the nucleus of course consists of the neutron and the proton and the electron which is moving around it. So atom as a whole, it is neutral. So basically the radiation which are coming from this kind of a transition of the electrons from the lower orbit, from higher orbit to the lower orbit one. And in addition, if there is a transformation from the neutron to proton and the proton to neutron, so there are some radiation like beta radiation or the positrons or the gamma radiation which are coming out from the nucleus. So that is why it is called as a nuclear radiation. As you know that so far the proton and neutron are made up of tiny particles, because during the last century the discovery itself which says that the proton, neutron and the electron were highly stable, but over the time and because of the highly resolved experimentation in the nuclear physics, the people found that the proton is made up of the quarks, so they are not stable, so they have certain half-life. The neutron, which has a half-life is 8 minutes. So in the free state or in the air, so it always decays after 8 minutes. So the neutron and the proton, of course, they are broken down and into the quarks, and there are 6 types of quarks, that is bottom, charge, down, strange, and top up. So the proton, which are made up of the up, down, which carries a positive charge, and neutron up, down, down, that which carries a 0 charge. So this is the nucleus. Now our main focus is the nucleus, which mainly consists of the neutron and the proton. And if there is a transformation from neutron to proton, it gives off the beta particle and the antineutrino. And if there is a transformation from proton to neutron, it gives off the positron and the neutrino. And if there is a transition of the nucleon from lower state to the higher state and subsequent the de-excitation, then there is a gamma radiation. So they are highly stable. So you can see that the unstable nuclei, which is emitting alpha particle, which is made up of the helium. There are 2 neutron and 2 proton. The beta particle, this is nothing but the electron, and the positron and the gamma radiation. So this is what it is called as a nuclear radiation. So this is nuclear stability in short, because the nature doesn't allow this black curve, because neutron and in the nucleus there is always a number of neutrons are more as compared to the proton. If you follow the number of neutrons equal to number of protons, then the nature doesn't allow, because otherwise the stability has a question. So that this the green curve or the blue one is the more stable, and accordingly this is what it is called as a stability curve. So in the nature, no element which emits proton and the neutron. See, there are alpha particle which can emit naturally, beta particle, positron, gamma radiation, And so, but there are no the sources or the sources which are available in nature which emit proton and the neutron. Why? Because the binding energy between the nucleon, that is the neutron and the proton, is 8 MeV. Unless you provide this much amount of energy, then it cannot come out. So in the internal energy, while the transformation from neutron to proton, they cannot get this much amount of energy, so they don't come out. Only because of the transformation, beta particle and the positron which coming out of it. However, the alpha particle, which is a combination of the two neutron and proton, which can be emitted, and of course it can decay naturally. So there are sources which are available, and one of the important source, that is americium 244, is one of the best and ever being used even in the medical treatment, the alpha source. So the alpha emission is possible naturally. Beta particle, positron, gamma radiation are possible, but only the neutron and the proton is not possible because the binding energy among them is very low. So this is an induced radioactivity, because if someone who is going to be treated with the radioactive source, how it is going to be produced? So basically there are two methods. If you have a material like aluminum, if you expose with the neutron, it becomes radioactivity. And this activity which follows this particular relation, n is equal to n0 e raised to minus lambda t. So this is what it is called as an activity. And once this activity is induced, which emits the different kinds of radiation, that is depending on the type of the nuclear reaction. So this is half-life of that radioisotopes. Because every radioisotopes or the radio source or the radioactive source is having half-life. So it means that if the activity is 100 or 1000 or 1 lakh, over the time, once it becomes a half, that is nothing but the half-life. Again, it becomes a half, that is nothing but the half-life. So when the activity of the particular radioisotope becomes half, then it is called as a half-life. So every the radioisotopes or the radionuclear source is having a half-life and is being used very often in the medical treatment. So this is radioactivity, nuclear radio. This is alpha particle, which I said the combination of the two neutron and the two proton, which is nothing but the helium. And this is americium, is the natural source which is available. So the maximum energy that you can get, the 5 MeV. So beta particle, so there are the positron, these sources are also available. Gamma sources are also available, and the atomic radiation. So these are of course generated from the atomic transition. When the electrons goes from lower level to the higher level, and subsequent the de-excitation, it gives off the X radiation. That is what it is called as a atomic radiation. So this is radioactivity in rocks. So the lady who is picking up the radiation thermometer and trying to measure the radioactivity from the rock. So production of radioisotopes, how it is being produced, because BRC is one of the unit where these radioisotopes are being produced in the nuclear reactor and is providing it to the various hospital. Of course, BRIT is one of the institute who is taking care of, and at what strength, at what energy the radioactivity sources are there. So neutron can induce the nuclear reaction and produce radioisotopes, because there are different types, N to N, NP, and N alpha kind of reaction which can occur in the, and they subsequently emit gamma radiation, beta particle, and the alpha particle. This is what the way that the radioisotopes are being produced in the nuclear reactor and is being sealed properly and provided to the hospital for the treatment and the treatment as well as the diagnosis purpose. So this is the production of radioisotopes. When this is aluminum, if the neutron from the outside is getting absorbed, this becomes unstable, going into the magnesium, and then the proton which is, so this particular aluminum is getting the radioactive, and so of course this has certain half-life. So radioactivity is the half-life of this kind of a aluminum which is getting radioactive is 10 minutes. So it gives off the radiation till the 10 minutes, and so the moment it after the 10 minutes the radioactivity becomes half, Again, after 10 minutes, it becomes half. So this kind of radioisotopes are being used or they produce in the nuclear reactor. So these radioisotopes, it is a wide range of radioisotopes is produced in the research reactor, that is Dhruva, Cyrus, and Apsara, and BRC. So the different types of radioisotopes are used for the industrial, medical, and agriculture application. So even all these kind of radiation are being used very often in the industrial for various application. In medical now, this is one of the application that we are going to discuss now, and the agriculture application and the archaeological. So this is the aerial view of the Dhruva and the Cyrus. So this is Dhruva and this is the Cyrus. This is the radioisotope production facility at BRC, and this is general. When the radioactive source which is carrying alpha, beta, gamma, and other radiation, if you want to distinguish, then of course, if you apply the magnetic field or the corresponding electric field, then depending on this deviation, you can identify what kind of radiation is this. Okay, and depending on their mass. See, the mass of the alpha particle is very large, so that deviation is very, very small. But mass of the beta particle and the positron is very small, the deviation is very large. But since they are carrying charge, so it has effect on the magnetic field and the electric field. But the gamma radiation does not carry any kind of charge, so it doesn't affect the magnetic field, and the electric field does not affect the gamma radiation. So this trajectory is the straight way. So this is what is the radiation type of the radiation. So this is the very popular electromagnetic spectrum. This is visible. If you go on the right hand side, there is the IR, microwave, and the radios. And if you go the left hand side of the visible, then you have UV, X-rays, and the gamma radiation. Onwards, X-ray to downwards up to radio waves, these are all called as a atomic radiation because they are coming from the atomic transition of the electrons. Okay, so but the gamma is the coming from the origin is from the nucleus, so it is called as a nuclear radiation, though it is a part of the electromagnetic spectrum, but it has taken a place, is being placed in the electromagnetic spectrum because it is like emitting very high energetic photons. So apart from that, we can have the beta particle, as I mentioned, which is nothing but the electron. Its properties, whatever the properties assigned for the electron is the same as the beta particle. So it is called as a, but only their origin are different. That is the electron which are coming from the atomic transition, and the beta particles are coming from the nucleus. So this is alpha particle, proton, neutron, and the mesons. So all these radiations are being used for various applications, but even in case of medical, there even right from the visible UV, X-rays, even the microwave radios are being used for different purposes like the diagnosis as well as the treatment purpose. So there are two types of radiation, the non-ionizing and the ionizing. The non-ionizing are visible light, IR and UV, because if you look at it, their energy is less than 6 electron. And if you want to really ionize any kind of medium, even in the air, then you require the energy more than 10 electron. So there are the ionizing radiation, these are directly and indirectly. There is a charged particle. If the charged particle is having energy more than 30 electron volt, can ionize the medium very effectively. So, and the indirect way, X-rays, gamma rays, and neutron. So because X-rays, gamma rays, and neutron, they do not carry charge, so they do not go under the Coulombic scattering. So they indirectly interact with the medium and then deposit their energy in the medium. So this is the range of the particle. So as far as the radiation therapy is concerned, the radiation energy and the respective range in the body is very important, because you know the location of the tumor, and you know the energy of, you select the energy of the radiation in such way that it will reach to the tumor itself and deposits this energy. For the, if this is the X is the thickness of the medium, and the proton which has the depth this, and the neutron, as I said, it is uncharged, so that it does not go under the Coulombic scattering, so its penetration depth is very large. But the mass, if you look at it, the mass of the proton and the neutron is nearly the same. So this is very relative ranges. If you go for the treatment using electron, positron, proton, and the alpha particle, or the gamma radiation or the neutron, then of course their relative the ranges should be known. Suppose if this is a X is the thickness of the human body, this is a surface and this is a rare site. So as I said that gamma does not carry any kind of charge. So it has very high penetration depth. So it just go and penetrate through and through the body. But whereas electron and the positron has a lower mass, so that they go under the Coulombic scattering because it is light particle, so it goes under the scattering process. So it stops somewhere here. But the proton, which has a mass more than the electron, that is 2000 times more than the electron and the positron. So its a penetration depth is smaller as compared to the. So it is very, the surface, it can be observed at the surface of the body. But if you select the energy of the proton in such a way that it will go to the particular depth where the tumor is seated. And the neutron, it is not carrying a charge, so that it has very high penetration depth. It just goes through the body itself. And the alpha particle, which has a mass, again, 4 times the mass of the proton, so it is absorbed at the surface itself. So this is what, suppose if you consider the human body, and this is the surface of the human body, and this is a rare side, then the ranges can be seen, so that accordingly you can select the energy of the radiation particle in such a way that it will reach to the tumor, and the only tumor cells can be killed, and the peripheral the cell which are good or which are normal can be saved very effective. These are what the modality which has been defined in the treatment, cancer treatment. So interaction, very briefly, interaction of radiation with matter. This is electron, gamma, proton, and the neutron. So electron, it goes under the 4 processes basically: inelastic collision with atomic electrons and the nucleus, and elastic collision with electrons and the nucleus. But most of the energy is getting deposited by the electron in these 2 processes, that is inelastic process. So suppose if I have a certain energy of the electron when passed through the medium, and which come across one of the atom. So the very insufficient energy is given to the electron, but not sufficient to take out or to make it ionize. So it has still binding with the nucleus, and it go up and again come down and take its own place. So because of this particular process is being called as the excitation. While this excitation of the electron from the atom, a certain amount of is to be deposited or is to be loosed by the incoming electron. In another case, suppose if you have a sufficient energy which is given to the K shell or the L shell electron to take out the electron from the K shell and free from the nucleus, then that is called as ionization. So to make ionization, you have to spend certain amount of energy. So the energy which is getting deposited in the medium through the excitation and the ionization, that is what it is called as a energy loss because of the ionization and the excitation. And the most of the energy which is getting transferred to the tumor or the human cell is in the form of ionization and the excitation. Another one is radiative loss, but of course, when you have very high energy, and if it is going in the during the passes of the nuclear field, it goes under the electrically scattered electrons, and you generate the brainstorming radiation. This is what it is called the radiative loss. But our body contains most of the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen. So these are all low Z element. So very small amount of energy which is getting deposited because of this particular radiative loss. So the cross section for this particular process is very, very small as compared to the ionization and the excitation loss. This is for the electron. The gamma interaction, it is indirect interaction process. It does not interact directly with the human cell or the body or the material. it goes under the three processes: photoelectric effect, Compton accepting, and the pair production. With the photoelectric effect, suppose if the gamma energy is comparable with the radius of the K shell or the L shell, then you can take out the electron. That is what it is called as a photoelectron. And subsequently, there is a vacancy which may be filled up subsequently by the transition from the M shell to the L shell. And then while doing so, the X-rays which will be emitted, and the X-ray which can also be absorbed by the outermost the electron, and the electron which will be emitted, that is called as a OZ electron. Okay, so this is a process which is getting during the photoelectric effect. So because of this photoelectric effect, the gamma has to lose certain amount of energy. Okay, and this photoelectron has a certain kinetic energy, and this will lose its energy the same way that we have discussed in case of the electron. So this is Compton's the effect. Compton's effect, the gamma radiation should, or the X-ray radiation should have energy more than 0.5 MeV. The photoelectric effect, where the energy is 0.1 MeV to 0.45 MeV, but if the Compton effect is to be occurred, then the energy of the gamma radiation should be more than 0.5 MeV, such that it's the wavelength associated, that is which is comparable with the radius of the electron, so that there is a scattering from the outermost orbit which takes place, and there is a scattering which takes place. So this is what the maximum energy which is getting transferred to the electron is depending on the angle, and that is what is h nu divided by 1 plus m naught square twice h nu. So if it is backscattered, the almost all the energy, most of the energy which is getting transferred to the electron, and that the electron which will deposit energy to the medium or the human cell or the malignant cell of the tumor. So this is pair production. The energy of the gamma radiation should be more than 1.022 MeV. Then and then it can be converted into electron and the positron. So the electron will have certain kinetic energy, positron will have certain kinetic energy, and they will deposit energy the same way that we have discussed in case of the electron through the ionization and the excitation process. So this is what very important mechanism of the gamma interaction. Unless and until if you do not understand the interaction of this kind of radiation with the matter or with the human body, then and then you will understand how this can be used. Proton, as I said, which is much heavier than the electron, because electron mass is very small, but the proton mass is 2000 times more than the electron. So they travel during this, but they don't deposit energy. But at the end of its trajectory, this is a range of the ion or proton, it almost transfers its energy, and then defects are produced. Suppose if this is the human body, and if this is a surface and if the rear side, and the tumor is seated here, so you select the energy of the proton or the ion or the carbon ion in a such a way that it will reach to the tumor itself and transfer its energy, and then subsequently you can kill, you can destroy almost all the cells which are in the malignant in nature. In this particular case, this is very popular therapy which is coming up nowadays, the proton and the carbon therapy, which is a localized treatment can be done. It's a peripheral, normal cells can be saved very effectively, because I will show you the Bragg curve where the very sharp the energy transformation or the energy deposition at the end of its trajectory or the tumor site can be possible. So this is what the proton interaction, and this is a neutron which goes under the elastic, inelastic, non-elastic, and the capture process. So in elastic collision, the neutron just electrically gets scattered, and it maintains its energy. The energy is getting conserved, but in elastic collision, it transfers its energy to the nuclei and going into the excited state. That is what is called as a non-elastic collision, so that the gamma radiation which are coming because of the de-excitation of this nucleon, the 6.1 MeV, 1.7 MeV. So in addition to this neutron, there is also possibility that some of the elements which are there, which are present in the body, becomes radioactive and produce a gamma radiation. And this is a capture process. The neutron, which is having energy more less than the thermal energy, getting absorbed and going into the excited state, while the excited it gives off the gamma radiation. And the spallation, you require the neutron energy more than 100 MeV, so that the nuclei can be broken down into the two like nuclei. That is what it is called as a spallation. But spallation cross section is very, very small. In our case, when the neutron is getting exposed, or the if the certain material or the certain body is getting exposed with the neutron, then of course there is the inelastic collision and the non-inelastic process is to be happen very effectively. So general application of the nuclear, industrial, agriculture, archaeological, medical application, and the nuclear. So we will be discussing about the medical application. There are many more, so each topic has the discussion about the 1 hour or the 1.5 hour. But now we will concentrate on the radiation therapy for the cancer treatment. There are the basic aspect of the radiation that we have discussed. There is a generation of the radiation, and there is subsequent interaction with the medium of any kind, either it is the human body or any kind of material which is to be undertaken. So radiation therapy the radiation therapy for cancer treatment. So basics of the tissue interaction. Basically, the cancer is nothing but the growth of the tissue, and because of there are the normal cells and the malignant, and the malignant is to be diagnosed very properly through the biopsy. And the tumor side is of course the growth, and the growth has a certain dimension. So maybe 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter, 5 centimeter or so. So here the tissue is nothing but the group of cells, and the 5 to 10 cells. The one cell has a dimension is 4.5 micrometer to 10 micrometer. And the type of tissue is muscles, adipose, and skeleton tissue. It's equal to 70% of the body mass. And a lung tissue is high density. And the muscle, connective tissue, blood vessels, blood, lymph, etc. So according to the International Center for Radiation the unit, the tissue equivalent refer to the muscles, because muscles and the adipose which carries the 70% of the body mass. So this is what we consider it as a tissue cell or the group of the cells. So primary element of our the tissue which contains most of the hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, and the nitrogen, and there is the mass percentage and the atomic percentage. So essentially the particle, when the radiation which is coming in and going to the body, the particle has to essentially interact with this kind of element. As I said, in case of neutron, the neutron will interact with the hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen and nitrogen will become a radioactive. And the radioactive, the hydrogen will emit the carbon will emit the gamma radiation. So in addition to neutron, you can also, the particular thing can also get exposed with the gamma radiation. So this is what the importance of these. So our body, our body contains most of the water. I would say that is 70 to 75%. So when the radiation of any kind, either it is electron, gamma radiation, either it is proton or the carbon ion, when they pass through the human body, essentially they have to interact with the water molecule. So and even if you take any kind of the tissue, as I said, made up of the cells, group of cells, and the cell is made up of it contains the water also, peripheral water. So and the cell which has a nucleus and the peripheral cytoplasm. So and around there is a water. Essentially, there is always a question being asked: if someone who is getting exposed with the radiation, so what kind of damage? So damage, essentially, if the person is getting exposed, essentially the most of the radiation is getting by the water, and the water is getting decomposed into the hydrogen peroxide. So here, when the radiation passes through the water molecule, it gives off the electron from the oxygen, and this the electron subsequently attached to the H2. So this H2 minus and the H2 plus subsequently further breaks down into H plus OH and HOH minus. So H plus OH will recombine and form the water molecule again, and the HOH are the radical and they're highly reactive and will react with the molecules of the cell's nucleus. And this is what we call it as the RS cells. So this particular its outcome, which is nothing but the H2O2. That is what it is called the hydrogen peroxide. So whenever the question is being asked, if someone who is getting exposed with any kind of radiation, essentially the radiation has to interact with the water molecule, and the water molecule is decomposed and produce the radicals. Those are highly reactive, and those radicals can damage the cell, and they basically cell, which is this outcome is in the form of the hydrogen peroxide, that's H2O2 or RO2. So the creation of H2O2 and the RO2 leads to the damage of the cell. So there are galactic radiation or even the crust or the earth radiations who are getting exposed. Every day you are getting exposed to this different kind of radiation. There is this kind of a transformation which takes place. But the beauty of our human body is whatever there is a damage of the cell which occur is again recur very immediately, because unless and until if you the nucleus of the cell is getting damaged, then and then that cell is lead to the death. Otherwise, if there is a damage in the cytoplasm, then the cell can be replicate again and they recover. So though we're getting exposed every day with different kind of radiation, but that is within the limit that the human being should have. So mechanisms of the damage at molecular level: direct action and indirect. Direct action of ionization, as I said, X-ray or the gamma radiation, though they are not charged, so they directly interact and they breaks down this bonds, and the alpha particle, which is heavier, which breaks down these particular stains. So this is a DNA. See, basically, if you want to really kill the malignant cell or the normal cell, because you cannot distinguish if there are two cells, if you cannot distinguish which one is the better one, okay, and which one is the malignant. You have to kill both of them. But if you want to really kill the malignant, you have to kill the nucleus, and the nucleus which consists of the DNA structure, and the DNA has to be damaged. If you could destroy the DNA of that particular cell, then it cannot recur again. But suppose if the DNA is intact, nucleus of that particular magnet cell is intact, then there is a recurrence is possible. So therefore, the beta particle or alpha particle or gamma radiation, which is a direct interaction and the bond breaking may take place. In indirect interaction of ionization radiation, as I said, because X-ray, as I said, interact through the different mechanism, that is photoelectric effect, Compton effect, and the pair production. So it gives off this energy transfer to the electron, which has certain kinetic energy, which interact with the water molecule. Further, it provides the radicals OH minus, H plus, H and OH, OH minus and H plus, which goes and form a water molecule, and these are the radicals. These radicals are highly reactive and damage the stains of the DNA of that particular nucleus of the malignant cell. So this is the way that the cell killing can be done by using different kinds of radiation. So lifetime of the free radicals. So this is the water column. Water column is 2 to 3 nanometer. So when radiation goes through this, it interacts with the water molecule and then produce the radicals which are reacting with the stains, and the stains are getting damaged and there are bond breaking. So because of the lifetime of simple free radicals is 10 power minus 10 seconds or so. So so to rupture the DNA is quite possible with the help of the different radiation. So this is the most important types of radiation induced lesson in DNA. This is very important, the base. They're the basis of the DNA. They require per gray. 1 gray is the unit of the radiation dose which is to be delivered to the tumor. So 1 gray is nothing but that is 100 ergs energy which is to be imparted to the 1 gram of material. If you have 1 gram of tumor where the 100 ergs energy can be imparted, which is nothing but the 1 gray dose. So when you impart 1 gray dose to the tumor, it means that there is a 1000, 2000 base damages. Whereas single strain per gray, single strand breaks down 500 to 1000, and double strand at a one shot, both the strands can be broken down. There is 40 to 50 per 1 gray. So maximum for a one set of the treatment, you can deliver the 1 to 2 gray. Suppose if the tumor size is say the 5 centimeter, and if it is second stage or the third stage, and if it is not possible to remove surgically, then this is the only the treatment which is available. Then they define modalities, because for one set of irradiation, or the set of the exposure of the patient, they deliver only 2 to 3 kilo gray, not maximum more than. So if the tumor is to be destroyed and it requires a 30 gray or the 40 gray, then maybe another 10 to 15 weeks, every weeks, the patient has to go under the irradiation process and deliver a 2 to 3 gray per week. And then accordingly, the tumor having size of 4 to 5 centimeter can be destroyed very nicely. So these kind of modalities which are very defined in case of radiation therapy. And of course, the medical physicist and the doctor, they come together and decide what kind of radiation is possible. That is depending on the type of the radiation. Either one should go for the electron, either one should go for the gamma, or one should go with the proton or the carbon. So if it is deep seated, and if surgically it cannot be removed, then maybe a proton and the carbon therapy is quite possible, and 90 to 100% it can be removed very effectively by delivering the precise dose to this. Even I would just want to mention, even you can save the normal cell which are peripheral of the tumor. Only tumor, the malignant cell, can be selectively damaged. So this is type of the cellular damage. So this is cell, this is cytoplasm, and this is nucleus which comes here. This is interface cell death, meteotic, and the repair can also be done with this mutation. So this is meteotic death, the normal, this can be seen. But when it is irradiated, then there is a irradiated one. There is most of the meteotic cell which can be lead to the death of the cell. Now we'll go quickly electron therapy. This is a dose which is to be delivered in the water phantom, because as I said, our body contain most of the water. So most of the experiment, their depth dose distribution is being studied in the water phantom. And then how much dose is the energy which is to be released, maximum 200 electron volt to the tumor. So this is human body, contains most of the water, as I said. So the linear energy transfer is one of the unit which is to be measured, how much energy is getting transferred to that particular tumor, and that is of course depending on the energy. If the energy of the electron is 1 electron or 1 keV, so LET, that's a linear energy transfer per micrometer, is 4 to 26 keV, and the depth is this one, and the average specific is 200 to 500. So if 5 MeV to 20 MeV, because if it is if you go on increasing the energy, its penetration depth is very large, so it will penetrate more, but the deposition energy as such in the form of average specific ionization is less than 100. So this is the advantage, but the mechanism is same for all kinds of radiation. Only the depth dose distribution is different. So the depending on the where is the tumor, at what site, where it is depth seated, or whether it is at the superficial. So depending on that type of the tumor, they decide what kind of treatment modality should be adopted. So this is the electron which can be used very effectively for the superficial, which is very at the surface level, because the depth dose distribution, the depth which can be delivered at the surface itself. Advantage, it is highly penetrating, deep tumor can be treated, and it has unique characteristic of the electron dose distribution. And disadvantage is the skin dose is very high, because as I will let you know the curve of depth dose distribution, from where you will come to know how much is the dose which can be delivered at the surface itself, and then eventually it goes down. So it has low LAT, so exhibit a small damage to the cell, and it has large scattering cross section. Okay, and basically uses in skin lesion, the basal cell carcinomas, post surgery lymphadenectomy, the breast cancer is also possible, and nodal areas in the cancer. So this is the unit. They are all readily available. Here in India, we have the Samir is one of the institute who is providing this kind of accelerator and providing it to the hospital, and they're all maintaining this kind of a unit for the radiation therapy. So gamma tissue interaction. So basically the interaction is the same way that we have discussed, and even the damage is the same way, only depending on their energy. If the energy of the gamma radiation is 10 kV to 25 kV, the specific energy is very, very large. The ionization, that's 250 to 500. And if the energy is 225 MeV, as I said, it just penetrates, because very small amount of time which is there in the body to deposit energy. So the specific ionization, average specific ionization per micrometer is less than 100. So problem with the gamma radiation, highly penetrating radiation, penetrating power of X-rays decreases exponentially with increasing depth, destroying tumor, but they also destroy healthy tissues, because the gamma radiation, as I said, it is uncharged and it is highly penetrating. So its scattering cross section is very, very large. So it deposits there most of the energy near the surface of the body, and it has very low LAT. So damage is done primarily by activated radicals. Okay, the radicals will. So this is the unit of the gamma unit. And the proton tissue interaction. A human body contains most of the water, as I said, in even the linear energy transfer. If the energy of the proton is 250 MeV, because the proton is the massive, so it requires more energy to penetrate into the body. So that, see, the average specific energy is very, very large. That is 2,500 per micrometer. And you know, during the passage, when we, as we discussed in case of interaction, during the passage, the very small energy which can be delivered. So the normal cells during the passage can be saved. Only the tumor which can be destroyed by selecting the particular energy and the particular dose. This is what the importance. So advantage is they deposit more energy to tissue as they slow down. A superior energy deposition profile in tissue than electron and photon. Scattering cross section is very small, because see, it is very heavy, like heavy ball. It is just moving in a one direction, in the one straight line. It doesn't go in like a tennis ball or a table tennis ball. You know, just throw it, so it will go anywhere, and the rest at some certain time. This is what the case which happened in case of electron, because electron mass is very, very small. Beam can be precisely delivered to the tumor volume without harming surrounding tissues. Negligible side effects as compared to the others. Length of the treatment is less. Nowadays, this proton therapy is coming up and very popular. They are preferring us after the surgery, or the one of the tumor is not possible surgically, then that can also be treated and cure 90 to 100% the treatment. Disadvantage, only localized tumor and have not spread to a distance area of the body can be treated. Penetration depth is very small, and this is quite expensive, because its unit itself, the instrumentation is very, very this is used in a local regional evolution, cannot be totally surgical, need high doses, that is 70 gray, and lie very close to the executive. This is the unit of and the fast neutron tissue interaction. As I said, the neutron does not carry any kind of charge, so does not go under the Coulomb scattering. but essentially it interacts with the nucleus and induces radioactivity. So our body contain hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. They will interact with these elements, and the reaction which takes place and emit the gamma radiation. Okay, and this has a certain half-life and the abundance. So the linear energy transfer, linear energy transfer, if the energy of the neutron is 0.025 electron volt, it has very ionization, the specific ionization is 550, but it is 1 kV to 10 kV, so it is 1600. But this neutron therapy is not feasible because the body itself becomes radioactive and emit the radiation. Okay. So advantage, high LET treatment is delivered in only 10 to 12 times fast. It is faster than that. It is quite effective. Even the malignant cell can be destroyed very effectively. But the normal, when it interacts with the normal cell, it becomes radioactive, and that itself emitting the gamma radiation, and then that cell may have damage. So far, the direct neutron therapy cannot be implemented. So required dose is very small, benefit from a low oxygen enhancement ratio, higher percentage of unrepairable DNA damage. So no benefit over conventional therapy in terms of an induced radioactive. Radio resistance or locally uses is tumor with large hypoxic areas is in the good candidate. Okay. So, but so far the only electron, gamma radiation, X-rays, and proton and the carbon therapy is being used. Now the carbon therapy is coming up, and very. So this is the unit of the neutron. So these are Bragg curves of different therapeutic radiation. See, when you plot a graph relative dose versus depth, suppose a tumor is here somewhere. So this black one is, because if you have a certain energy of the electron, then almost all the, and this is surface of the body, and this is deep-seated tumor is somewhere here at the 32 centimeter. Okay. So when you the electron enter here, the almost all the dose which is delivered at the surface itself, it cannot reach to the tumor. But when you increase the energy, this dose rays can go up to this, but very small amount of energy which can be delivered to the particular tumor. So that is not that effective because the scattering cross section, because during this particular dose distribution, the normal cell can also be damaged. That is what it is. This is the X-ray. Even X-ray has the very at the surface itself very large dose is getting delivered, but over the depth, very small dose which is reaching to this. In addition to that, it has very high cross section, the scattering cross section, so that it also damages some of the normal cells. But this, the green one is the gamma radiation. Again, the same thing. Almost all the at the surface itself it's dose, but very small amount of the dose which is reaching to the tumor. But because of the scattering of the gamma radiation, you cannot save the normal cells. Okay, but whereas this is the cobalt. Actually, this black one is the proton. This red one is the proton. The proton during the, suppose if you select the energy of the proton is 200 MeV and which is entering into this, there is no dose distribution as we have seen in the interaction theory, because most of the energy is getting lost because of the electronic and the ionization excitation loss. But when it reaching to the depth where the tumor is there, so almost all the energy, this is what it is, black peak. See this peak itself, which shows that almost all the energy which is getting delivered to the drop. So all the other normal cell around this one can be saved very effectively. But this black one is the carbon ion, which is this particular therapies which is coming up, where its Bragg curve is very sharp. So even you can define a modalities of this kind of a treatment in a such way that you select the energy and the dose in a such way that it can be delivered that particular dose and the energy or the energy to that tumor itself. Even the peripheral the normal cell can be saved very effectively. And this is quite possible. Even what it is reported now so far, that the third stage of any kind of the tumor can be cured, can successfully be treated. And now in India also, the carbon therapy, proton therapy has already come up. But along with the proton therapy, the carbon therapy is also coming up. But its accelerator is very expensive, which comes around to be 400 to 500 crores or so. So this is what one of the budget of one of the small country. But definitely the Delhi government has taken, or the Tata Fundamental Institute, the hospital has taken uh, the actual decision on this to procure this particular system. And of course, maybe within a few years or so, this proton therapy and the carbon therapy, which will be available, and most of the patient will get benefit out of it. Okay, so this is tuning the penetration depth of the ions. This I am talking about the carbon ion. Okay, so this is depth of 250 micrometer, and this is the linear deposition. For example, suppose if this is a tumor, brain tumor, this is tumor. So you select the energy of the carbon ion or the proton in such a way that the Bragg curve, which will cover the Bragg curve. See, when it is traveling to the other part, there is no the deposition of the charge, so that you can save other normal cell. Only the deposition of the energy which will be during this particular Bragg curve. So almost all this tumor which has been grown here has a certain size which covers this Bragg curve, will deliver almost all energy and the destroy. So this is this primary brain, the tumor which can be cured with. So this is the depending on the energy. This is 135 unit, 195 MeV. This is the carbon ion, 270 and 330 MeV. So 330 MeV. This is a Bragg curve is at the 200 millimeter. This is 200 millimeter, 20 centimeter. And you know the thickness of our human body. Of course, even if the person is very fat, but the thickness may be 50 centimeter or so, 50 or 60 centimeter maximum. It varies to 30 to 50 centimeter. So you select the energy of the carbon ion in a such a way that the Bragg curve will reach to that particular tumor which is localized. Okay, this is again the case of the proton. This is both the cases. So this is very fantastic new treatment which is coming up nowadays. And I hope that our country will have this kind of the accelerator very soon, and medical accelerator very soon, and which may be available for the treatment purpose for the patient. So this is comparison of therapies on the basis of LET, electron, gamma, proton, and neutron. The electron, gamma, proton, and low LET damage of cell mainly induced through the free radical, and the neutron, high LET damage of cell mainly induced through the direct interaction with the nucleus. Okay, so principal target, this is single strand breaks, double strand breaks, DNA proteins links, base damage, multiple damage, MDS DBS produced through the directive. This is what the effect which is going to be. So they actually how much time that I have right now, so that I can just push it. How much time? Hello? Okay, so the tissue contain almost the hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, and the nitrogen. And even though the fast neutron has high LET in tissue, but the interaction cross section with this element is small. But therefore, some of the materials should be introduced like boron. And so in combination of the boron and the neutron, this is what it is called as the boron neutron capture therapy, BNCT has born. And this BNCT program is now being developed in most of the country. Even in our country, we are trying to develop. And this is our involvement is in the development of this particular BNCT program along with the Samir. And definitely in future, we'll develop this unit and provide it to the hospital. So this boron neutron capture therapy, I say it is not, it is specifically used for the brain tumor. And that tumor is called as a the glioblastoma multiforme, that is GBM. And the most of, in our country, most of the patients who are suffering from this particular GBM. And there is no surgical the option. There is only a chemotherapies and the radiation therapy. But as I said, the electron and gamma has the limitation because it scatters. And now this boron therapy, when you introduce boron can attach to this malignant cell. And if you expose with the neutron, then that particular malignant cell can be destroyed. This is what. So why boron? There are two kinds of boron nuclei between be available. Both are isotopes. It is non-toxic. It can easily be injected into the tumor. It can attach to the malignant cell. This is, I wanted to emphasize that this chemistry is not known so far. The people are trying to understand what is the mechanism. Because if you look at the tumor, if you look at the biopsy, there have different combination of the chemical combination of the tumor. Okay. But this boron has a tendency to attach only the tumor cell, malignant cell, not the normal cell. So when it attaches to the normal cell, the malignant cell, and if you expose with the neutron will interact with the only boron, and the boron will provide the lithium and the alpha particle and then damage the cell. So this is what the very important aspect of the boron, that it can attach to the malignant cell. It has very high interaction cross section for thermal neutron. There is 4,000 band, and they are short range, very high LET, and they only destroy malignant cell. This is very important. History of BNCT. Chadwick, as you know, discovered neutron in 1932. The first boron, lithium, the BN reaction was studied by Taylor in 1934. But several years after, the Gordon Lorcher, Pennsylvania, introduced NCT, that is neutron capture therapy. But this concept proposed to use fission products from the boron tail to treat the cancer. Implanted boron neutron in tumor. Neutron passed the tumor cell, and the preventing the cell from the reproduction. Adjacent normal cell can be saved. Okay, so there is always a question being asked: why so much of time? Almost 80 to 90 years took place to develop this boron neutron capture therapies. Though it was discovered in 1932, the same reaction was studied in 1932, and the same therapy. Only the delivery of boron to the tumor was a question. Earlier they used to drink the boron, and very small amount of the boron which were reaching. But nowadays in the laboratory, they develop liposomes. Through with the liposome, they pass the boron and deliver it to the 100% delivery to the tumor. So this is what the progress in this particular direction. So that the importance of the boron neutron capture theory has come up. So this is boron neutron capture therapy. This is a boron. If you expose with the neutron, then it will give a lithium helium. The lithium has the energy 0.84 MeV and the helium 1.47 MeV. And this has a range is 4.1 micrometer and 7.7 micrometer. This range is itself is the size of the cell. As I mentioned, the size of the cell is 5 to 10 micrometer. So when it attached to the particular cell and it exposed with the neutron, the whatever the lithium which are and the helium which is released, almost the energy deposited by this helium and helium to the cell itself, and the nucleus can be damaged. So this is the same thing. This is actually selective cell killing with the boron neutron capture therapy. See, there are 5 cells which are there, and this red one are the cancer cell. When there are 5 cells, it is very difficult to distinguish which one is the malignant and which one is the unless there is a growth of the certain nodal. Nodal means certain micrometer. Then and then you will realize that there is a growth or there is a growth of the malignant cell. But if there are only 5 cells or the 4 cells, and out of which there are 2 cells are malignant, then it is very difficult to distinguish. But of course, there are different techniques which are coming up around nowadays, maybe within 2 to 3 years or so. Photon-based techniques which will be available. Even a single the malignant cell can be detected very easily. But here in this BNCT program, when you introduce the boron here, this one boron, So this boron will not attach to the normal cell. It will attach to the cancer cell only. See, this is the cancer. It will attach to the cancer cell. And when you expose, the direct interaction of the neutron with the normal cell is very, very small cross section. So it will not destroy. But when this neutron interact with the boron, which is attached to the cancer cell, and then which will subsequently release the lithium and the helium, which of course deposit almost all energy and destroy the center or the nucleus of this particular cell, and then this is generally destroyed. All these cancer cells can be destroyed. See, out of 5, both of them were cancer cell, and which has been destroyed. Only the normal cell can be intact. This is what the important of the boron neutron capture theory. This is BNCT cell killing mechanism. This is a nucleus, and which consists mainly of DNA, and DNA has to be ruptured, then and then cell can be killed. This is cytoplasm, and this is the boron which attached to this particular cell. When neutron, we put in neutron, it has very high cross section which interact with this. Then the helium which is passing through this nucleus and deposit almost all energy, and all the strands of the DNA can be ruptured. And here the cytoplasm can also be damaged with the help of this particular lithium. Okay, so this particular cell killing mechanism is there. So need for B7 to kill each and every cell, we have to put 10^9 boron atoms. 1 gram of tumor will require 20 to 30 microgram of boron, and 30 microgram of boron is 2 into 10^19 atoms, and 1 gram of tumor is 1.2 into 10^19 cell. There's a 1 cell is 5 to 10 micrometer. We need 10^12 neutron per centimeter square. So this is what we are going to develop.
Sir?
The accelerator. Madam.
Sir, sorry for interruption. We are running late.
Yes,
so
yes.
Can you please conclude in last 5 minutes?
Yes, within 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So the person would require 20 to 30 minute exposure. This delivers flux around 10^9 neutron per centimeter square per second. Okay. This is the liposomes which has been developed nowadays in the laboratory, through which the boron can be delivered to the tumor. So this is the liposome cavity, and its dimension is 50 to 80 nanometer. So it can be injected through the syringe, through the veins very easily, and go to the target where the tumor is. And definitely, if you explode, almost all the boron can be delivered. So these are what it is called as the liposomes, and the liposome has a dimension 50 to 80 nanometer, and these are the boron delivery to tumor by liposomes. So this is effective treatment for the GBM. So as I said, the GBM is very lethal, the cancerous or the tumor, where the patient who lose their memory over the time. And of course, there is no option, the surgical option. Only the option is chemotherapy, and even chemotherapy is not that the advantageous. Only the radiation therapy, but not electron and the gamma, so only the carbon or the proton. But nowadays, the BNCT is playing very important role, where the GBM can be treated very effectively. So where we are in India, large number of people getting affected by brain tumors, such as glioblastoma multiforme GBM, a highly malignant brain tumor, etc. each year. Short-lived radiation destroy the cancer without harming normal tissue cells nearby. We have only gamma therapy in the country. It is not that effective to GBM. So far, we have only electron, gamma, and the X-ray therapy. Even we do not have the proton and the carbon. The proton and carbon, as I said, it is coming up. So maybe another 3-4 years or so, the Delhi government has already placed an order for procurement of this. Even the Mumbai, the Tata hospital has put an order for procuring the proton therapy unit. So maybe another 3-4 years that we'll have the carbon and the proton therapy. And recently, Japan and USA have started BNCT program. Even South Korea. India also initiated this program. So some isotopes used in the medicine, these are all the technetium, bismuth, chromium, cobalt, copper, dysprosium, iridium, iodine, and there are many the iridium, iron, palladium. These are all radioisotopes are being produced in the nuclear reactor and provided to the hospitals for different uses as far as the diagnosis and uh, the treatment is concerned. So with this slide, let me thanks all the participants, and also let me thanks the organizers. So I will stop here, and if there are some questions or one or two, maybe as Madam said that we're running short of time, so I think one or two question can be taken up. Otherwise, they can ask me anytime. If they can take my email from the organizers and they can ask me. Thank you very much for listening patiently.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us and addressing us about how radiation therapy used in cancer treatment. I request Dr. Kulkarni to proceed.
Audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Thank you, sir. And we all are, including me and all the listeners, audience, on the behalf of Sanjeev City, we're thankful for your words and the way you have justified the title, the role of radiation therapy in cancer treatment. The complete justice you have given to the title of the conference, that current research in basic and applied sciences. I would like to brief that you spoke on generation of nuclear radiations, then type of radiations, then basic interactions of the different radiations with the insights, and then how radiation therapy is advancing day by day for the treatment, cancer treatment, that you have focused. Specifically, when you spoke on GBM and BMCT, the current scenario and the future scope at the international.
Yeah, I think Kulkarni sir disconnected.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor
You can.
Dole, for being with
And
us. Thank you,
and I
Dr.
open the
Kulkarni,
session
for chairing the
Uh,
session.
for the.
Thank you.
I think he has come. Yeah.
I yeah
Yes.
I open the session for question answer. If any question is there, please open.
Take it
Any question?
one or two. One question will be okay
Yeah,
because
yeah. Or
it
you
is
can carry
already.
the sir with your. Yeah.
I think
I
if there are
think.
no questions, then you can move further. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We'll move ahead, ma'am. You please proceed,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
ma'am.
Sorry, sir, we don't have any question.
Yeah.
Any question from the
Can
audience?
we proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor Dole, for being with us. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, for chairing the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I
Thank you,
leave
ma'am.
now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Coming upon next, I feel happy to introduce third expert of today, Professor Prakash Halami. I feel happy to introduce The third expert of today, Professor Prakash Halami of Biological Sciences, who is going to address us on the topic titled Exploring Probiotics Therapy to Elevate Cytokinase Storm in COVID-19. I feel honored to introduce him. Dr. Halami is Chief Scientist, Professor and Head of Microbiology and Fermentation Technology Department, as well as Head of Department of Food Protectants and Infestation Control. Also, a Nodal Officer, CFTRI COVID-19 Testing Center at the CSIR Central Food Technology Research Institute, Mysore, India. He has close to 3 decades of R&D experience besides HRD activities. He has obtained his postgraduate degree in molecular biology and biotechnology from National Center for Plant Biotechnology, PUSA Institute, IARI, New Delhi. Doctorate in biotechnology from University of Mysore. Doctoral degree research at University of Frankfurt, Germany, and postdoctoral research in USA at the University of Minnesota as a Raman Research Fellow. His research activities also include characterization and transferability of antibiotic resistance genes in probiotic, development of defined starter cultures, molecular taxonomy, etc. His research on antibiotic resistance has been recognized by WHO India office by in, inducting him in preparation of National Action Plan on AMR as well as by FAO for evaluation of ICMR or ICAR projects on AMR. He has so far guided 75 postgraduate dissertation students and 11 doctoral students. He has 107 publications in peer-reviewed international journals where 4 Indian patents have been granted to his credential. He has received many awards like CSIR CFTRI Foundation Day Award in year 2013 and 2019 for scientific contribution. International Travel Grant Award from 4 different agencies which ICMR New Delhi, Indian National Science Academy, SERB DST New Delhi and CSIR New Delhi. He also obtained Fast Track Young Scientist Project of DST New Delhi. And I would like to introduce Dr. Amanpreet Kaur as the session chair. Dr. Amandeep Kaur, working as Associate Professor in Adesh Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Bathinda. She has more than 16 years of teaching experience. She published her research work in peer-reviewed journal. She guided 6 students for PhD. I would like to request Dr. Prakash Halami to proceed.
Thank you, Miss Purnima Bhagwat, for the nice introduction. Can you hear me, by the way? Am I audible? Purnima, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to approach or visit Sandip University, Nashik, virtually. I express my gratitude to Dr. Nasir, who is supposed to be our obtained a PhD degree from Mysore University and known to be a known colleague here in Mysore. I also at the outset thank the session chair, Dr. Amandeep Kaur Saini, for chairing this session. Good afternoon, everyone. I supposed to start, I believe, 50 minutes before, almost late, close to the 1 hour, but doesn't matter. I hope I have somewhere some 45 minutes time. Purnima?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 40 minutes.
Yes. Just tell me whether you can see my slides or not. Can you see the slide?
Not yet, sir. 1 minute.
No, sir. I think you have to share the screen, then it will be visible.
Screen share.
Yeah, na? Purnima, can you see the slides now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, warm greetings to all the participants of CRAFTS 2021 from Mysore. Though Mysore is one of the very high density city affected with the COVID-19 in Karnataka, and we had actually recently, till last 2 weeks back, we had here the lockdown, you know. And when I received this invitation, I thought I should not miss the opportunity because the co-organizer of this conference is Microbiology Society of India, and that's why I thought I should thank Dr. A.M. Deshmukh, the president, for suggesting my name. So what I am going to tell in the next 40 or 45 minutes, definitely I will not take more time. So all the participants can pay attention from first slide till the last slide. My topic of presentation is exploring probiotics therapy to elevate cytokine storm in COVID-19. As Purnima has already introduced me, I am actually heading one of the important departments in CEPTA, that is microbiology and fermentation technology. And I have actually the additional charge from last 7 months. Another important department which is very much required in the post-harvest technology of food commodities, that is food protected and infestation control department. Okay. So once again, the compliments for the life sciences division of Sandip University for organizing this international conference on current research and in applied and fundamental science. A previous speaker was talking about this, about the physical science. So if you see the DNA or nucleic acid, though they are the polymer of the nucleotides, but has a big role with reference to not only the biology, with reference to their function, but then if you see the structure, organizations, the physics also plays the major role in this. So just to tell that this is the Central Food Technological Research Institute, started in 1950s, a CSIR laboratory, in the first chain of establishing the CSIR laboratories in the country. So we have around 37 laboratories in a different field. We have physics, chemistry, aeronautics, metallurgy, geology, geography, and all these things. So this is just a close-up view. Mysore actually is recognized as the palace city of India. Okay, so we have somewhere 10 to 12 palaces in Mysore city. So this is actually the microbiology and fermentation technology department, very adjacent to the main building, in other words. What I am going to tell you in the next, as I told in 40 minutes, how actually the COVID has changed our lifestyle, affected our livelihood, and in general, impacted very drastically in our health setup specifically. And being India a highly populated country, we were actually unable to tackle either it is the first wave or the second wave, and then we don't know whether the third wave is coming or what. But what actually COVID causes is the pneumonia, of infect the lung and causes the pneumonia. And then you will see that not only it retains the infection only to the lung, but then you will see the other problems, especially with reference to the gut dysbiosis. The person can be in the tiredness. Those who has already diabetics, the more sugar level to that, the hypertension, then pulmonary fibrosis, the brain damages, And most of these diseases, these are actually called as a post-COVID complications. Okay, and one of the reasons why the disease on the lung but affecting other organ, the very simple because of the cytokine storm. Okay, which I will be explaining subsequently. If you see the worldwide statistics, at least you know the 40 lakhs deaths took place, and then if you see in the India, which is also not less, the 4 lakhs deaths are reported till now, and now India actually stands the second with reference to the infection is concerned, and as far as the deaths are concerned, the third in the world. What actually made this much high cases of fatalities? How where our health system is, where our research is going, where our microbiology, biotechnology is contributing for this kind of pandemic. Okay, so I come quickly with reference to the cytokine storm, which is the focus of my lecture is. So what the cytokine storm is that we have basically in our body, in our immune system, the pro-inflammatory cytokines and anti-inflammatory cytokines. Okay, so cytokine storm is associated with pro-inflammatory cytokines, which are involved in giving the abnormal reactions, creating the several other problems. So due to this, that there is a life-threatening. These are the life-threatening symptoms, and gives the inflammatory symptoms. So COVID-19 infection, if you see with reference to the cytokine storm, that the large amount of pro-inflammatory cytokines are being expressed at a time in a multiple way, in a multiple expression of pro-inflammatory cytokine at a time, and suppression of anti-inflammatory cytokines. Okay. So this is what actually happens, and due to this reason, you have the lung injury, multiple organ failure, unfavorable prognosis. So what are actually these cytokines which are associated with the pro-inflammation? These are IL-1, IL-6, IL-18, IFN gamma, and TNF alpha. TNF alpha is a well-known pro-inflammatory cytokine. So you will see whenever you see any drugs, that one of the first cytokine which is being expressed is the pro-inflammatory cytokines. It is not that cytokine storm you get only with the COVID-19. I will come to that why only COVID-19 induces a cytokine storm. Okay, but in with the bacterial sepsis also you can have the cytokine storm. So with reference to the COVID-19, what is the very common therapeutic way is available are the steroids. The steroid hormones are being actually given to reduce the cytokine storm, and then that these steroid hormones has the several side effects. Okay, so body is basically whenever the COVID infection takes place, you have the large concentration of cytokines such as interferon gamma, macrophages, MIP-1A protein, and even the CRP protein, IL-6 are in a high amount, and that's why the whole body actually, you get a fever, very high fever. The other organs get affected due to the cytokine storm. So just to tell the clinical presentation of the cytokine storm, it affects nervous system, constitutional symptoms, it affects the heart, rheumatological symptoms, gastrointestinal symptom, which I will be focusing more on in my presentation. The skin, you get the rashes, edema. Then lung, which is the primary organ where actually the COVID virus infect initially when we inhale, the liver, the kidney, and vascular or lymphatic system also. So due to these reasons, you will see that the cytokine storm is highly undesirable, and the medicine which we are using, these are basically repurposed during the COVID infection. For the COVID therapy, whatever the drugs which we are using are actually repurposed. That means they are actually meant or used or developed for some other diseases. But since we do not have a clinically proven medicine, exclusively for the COVID-19, we are actually repurposing them for this purpose. So I come with the reference to the how post-COVID complications happens. Yes, you get the infected within 5 to 10 days. You develop the symptoms. Then you go for a therapy. You recover because you take the high amount of the steroids. Then you take the remdesivir injections, you take some probiotics, then you take some medicine as to reduce the glucose level in the body. Then you take some medicine associated with the avoid the blood clot formations. But most of this medicine which when we take, they are actually their dosage is not optimized due to this reason, and in combination with the initial therapy which is taken, the initial medicines which are taken during the COVID infection, this actually causes the post-COVID complications. So these post-COVID complications are broadly classified into a short-term complications and long-term post-COVID complications. So what are such post-COVID complications? One is, as I told, that proximate, direct to a viral infection or the blood clots, then you actually take one of these antibiotics. Just a few days back, it was in the news that there is a possibility of developing a antibiotic resistance also. Why? Because the very common usage of the antibiotics during the COVID treatment, Then you have the secondary infections. Then you have the fungal infection like mucormycosis, kidney disorders. Then we have the pulmonary fibrosis, the gastrointestinal issues. Most of these people will have this gastrointestinal because we will be taking very high doses of the antibiotics also during the COVID treatment, and that actually kills most of the beneficial microflora in our gastrointestinal tract. Resultant, there is a dysbiotic conditions. Then you have other conditions like different thrombosis, myocardial infection, then central nervous system disorders. So all these are associated as a post-COVID complications. And then reason I already told, because of the high dosage of the steroid which we consume, the excess of antibiotics, which we consume, and the over or the cytokine storm that actually happens in our body. Very recently, this is another post-COVID complications which is reported among the children. The MIS-C, multi-system inflammatory syndrome in the children. And then you can see here what are actually the symptoms you see with the MIS-C, and then we are not sure how the third wave can be, because it is predicted that the third wave can affect mostly the children, right? So with reference to the long-term COVID, post-COVID complications, where you will see one of the major organs that affects include the lung, heart, brain, kidney, and I already told with reference to the lung, the heart, you have this myocardial infections, most of these things among these others. The brain, memory loss, the kidney, what you have in the kidney is the CKD, and then so many. So such possibility of multi-organ dysfunction happens with due to the cytokine storm. Now, one of the major aspect which I am going to tell is how the probiotic organism, the beneficial microorganism, which are otherwise also found in our gut. So as I told, that most of the health beneficial microorganisms has been lost, because of the excessive use of the antibiotics that is being prescribed during the COVID regimen, the COVID treatment. So how we actually these probiotics are going to be useful is that they will help in minimizing the dysbiosis, and that will help to reduce the COVID severity. And then the comorbidity, the other diseases also I will tell, how the glucose level can be brought, how the blood thinner or the blood can be kept in a minimum level of coagulation, or the endothelial dysfunctions, So this COVID treatment, this probiotic regimen actually is considered as for the COVID-19 management, a multifaceted approach. So you use the probiotics and prebiotics. They can actually be a very good adjuvant therapy as well as the prophylactic therapy for this purpose. From the microbiological point of view, how the COVID patient is, So we know that, as I told already, that COVID virus infects the lung, and this information is actually passed to the gut also, and then the gut actually recognizes what type of actually injury is there to the lung, so the information or the microbial population which is present in the gut actually can transmit the signals to the lung to keep it healthy. But whenever the infection is there, in that case, the lung signals comes to the gut and suppresses several of the beneficial microorganisms. Okay. So during the healthy conditions, you will see that you have a where when you are healthy, in other words, the lower viral infection or lower viral respiratory tract infections, you have less pathogenic bacteria, you have more firmicutes bacteria, you have the less proteobacteria and the bacterides, and you have the optimum butyrate producing bacteria. But however, when the infection happens, so you will see all the dysbiotic condition among the gut microflora, and this actually leads to the systemic inflammation, and this actually is the inflammation again associated with the cytokine star. So in other words, this gut lung axis, which is the bidirectional messenger, determines whether lung is infected or not, and the message actually which transmits or goes from the gut, decide how the person is healthy. And this is what actually happened, that not all the people gets infected with the COVID. Some susceptible people are more prone, they get infected, but then they are asymptomatic. Why? Because it is actually the gut. It is the health of the individual which determines whether he can actually cope up with the COVID infection. Okay. Now, suppose if you have such an infection, and if I prescribe the probiotics, can you recover? So answer is the yes, because the probiotic bacteria, they will actually help to restore the homeostasis, to restore the gut microbiota, and then resultant, you can actually recover from the infection like the COVID infection. So this is what actually I wanted to tell here. So what are actually the possible mechanisms the probiotic they exhibits? So you will see that there are actually basically the four major mechanisms, like the modulate the immune systems. So what I am going to tell is, or what the cytokine storm is, or what the anti-inflammatory properties is, how the suppression of the pro-inflammatory cytokines happens. So all this actually covers with the reference to modulate the innate immune response, and then you will see these are some of the factors which are associated with that. Similarly, they helps to maintain the barrier function. I will not explain much. The modulate the adaptive immune response. The very important with reference to the cytokine storm, that they actually helps to balance the pro and anti-inflammatory cytokines, the gut associated lymphoid tissues. More important with reference to the COVID infection and then probiotics role is that the probiotics modulate the signal transduction. Why actually the cytokine COVID virus induces a cytokine storm? One of this reason is that the COVID virus induces the nuclear factor kappa B, and that nuclear factor kappa B, upon the more production, is associated with the inducing several of the cytokine pro-inflammatory cytokine genes. Okay, so the actual mechanism starts with the expression of nuclear factor kappa B by the COVID virus. Okay, and due to that reason, the expression or the production of more cytokine happens. The more production of more pro-inflammatory cytokines happens, and that pro-inflammatory cytokines is the cytokine storm. I hope I am quite clear. Okay. So what are actually what are the different arsenals in our body that actually takes care or determines whether you are healthy or not? When the virus invades us, who protects? When any pathogen attacks us, who protects? So this is actually the innate and adaptive immune systems. From the immunological point of view, very useful and for the student community also, that we have the several such arsenals which takes care, from invading pathogen, and these are actually localized in different body parts. Okay. So now coming to my actual topic of presentation, where I am going to tell how probiotics also can be used as a prophylactic or therapeutic for the COVID-19 management and or to reduce the cytokine storm. What are the scientific evidences? Yes, we started some work in this area, but the scientific community is not lagging behind. Some of these products are developed. Some of these probiotics are already used. Probiotics are basically meant for the gastrointestinal health, for the intestinal health, okay, for a digestion, for the nutrient absorption, for inducing the immune response. Using the probiotics for COVID-19 is other way of repurposing the probiotics, and that is what I am going to tell. So, what are the evidences? So, this is actually a few months back in the April. The report comes from the Gurion University, Israel, and they identified that the molecule which is present in the yogurt, in the kefir, just like our curd, has the ability to reduce the cytokine storm. So this is actually the picture of the kefir, just like our curd. Okay, so kefir actually differs because this is prepared using the specialized milk from the horse, and this is basically a mixed fermentation. So what do you mean by mixed fermentation? That it actually involves the lactic acid bacteria and yeast, the probiotic yeast. Yeah, and this bacteria, when you cultivate this microorganism, when you cultivate in the dairy products, they produces some of the molecule, bioactive molecule. This molecule has the property to reduce the inflammation. So that is what I am trying to tell you. And this is actually the Professor Jelnik, who has investigated this work. And then you can actually clearly see during how the inflammation means the lung happens. Okay. Yeah. Now the story to tell about this one, that this is one of the study to tell that the probiotics also has the ability to reduce the cytokine storm. And what is the connection with us? So connection with us is on 11, last month on 11, just 1 month back, we had actually discussion with this Israeli group. Why? Because Israeli group wants to use their product, use their curd, yogurt to test against the COVID-19 in India. Why in India? Because in Israel, the COVID has been eliminated. Israel actually is free from COVID. Number one. Number two is they want to repurpose or test whether their products can be useful to treat the COVID patients. Okay. So this is what actually the story tells. Okay. So they have actually done this experiment in a rat model, shown that the dairy product or the probiotic bacteria can actually elevate the cytokine storm. So that is what actually I wanted to tell. So the example number one, they have the publication, they have the patent of this work. I come to the next one. I told that there is a very high possibility whenever the COVID patient is, after a recovery, the disturbance in the gastrointestinal tract. Okay. And why? Because as I told already that the antibiotics which are like clarithromycin is a very common antibiotics used during the COVID treatment, and that actually kills several of the useful microorganisms in our gastrointestinal tract. Due to that reasons, we will have a dysbiotic gut. Okay, so this is actually the product in Italy launched a few months back, somewhere in the April. Suhomix 800. Suhomix 800 is the 800 billions of the bacteria. So basically, you have here the 8 specific bacterial strains that are in a very high concentration. When it is given, it helps for recovery of the COVID patient, avoid the secondary infection. What is the secondary infection? That you got infected last month, after a few days again you got infected. What this product is doing? This product is avoiding the secondary infection, number one, of the COVID. Number two, that this product actually helps to restore the normal gut microbiota. That means you will not be suffering with the gastrointestinal problem. Okay. So yeah, so just I showed here that this actually product per sachet actually costs somewhere 621, and then in the probiotics it is actually the number of the live bacteria. So they give in 800 billions. So when I tell about our work, you can always ask, what is the bacterial count in your product? Okay, number one. Number two is You can see here the per sachet, because this is in the freeze dried powder. Okay, it costs somewhere 620. If you can ask me how much our product will cost, the person who is doing this work is sitting here only next to me. So these are actually some of the other literature which I will quickly go through it. That the one of the first oral bacteria therapy has 8 bacteria, and these are the list of the bacteria. Then there is another report where which actually decreases the spread of COVID virus by inhibiting the curin, and this is actually the bacteria, probiotic bacteria. Then AC2 inhibition. In another bacteria it has been identified. This is the report. Then RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, which is actually the sole enzyme which helps for the virus to replicate in the several forms. The inhibition of that also has been reported, the replication of virus. Then Saccharomyces boulardii or lactobacillus, these strains, they actually again are useful against the infection of the Clostridium also. And then you will see the other organisms like Lactobacillus carnivorums, that decreases the viral transmission. So such kind of large amount of information is available, worldwide, using this bacterial therapy not only as a preventing but the therapeutic also, the much more safe, no side effect. Whatever our conventional therapy is there has several side effects with reference to the diabetics, with reference to the different thrombosis, with reference to the kidney failure, with reference to the moral lung injury, with reference to the brain damage, central nervous system damage, and several other things. Okay. Now I just actually tell very quickly with reference to what the Indian healthcare system is, because you know that everywhere whenever the high demand is there, we actually always go with one or the problems, and this is actually one of the major problems. So whatever I show here, if you use the word scam, then this gives actually a correct meaning. So definitely we experienced bed scam a month back. We experienced the word like ventilator scam, oxygen scam, remdesivir scam, and then several other drug scam. You will get only for some people, it will not be available for the general public, and many problems. So what is actually what we are looking for? We actually are looking for, yes, we have the efficient health management system, but then still it is difficult to support our growing populations. And that is what actually we want to address this issue with the probiotics therapy. Okay, that's why I gave the title Probiotic Therapy as CSR after initiative for this purpose. This angle, it is not that because of this COVID only we started this work. We are actually working on the several different health promoting bacteria, and this is one of the important bacteria, the bifidobacteria, which actually colonizes in the colon, in the large intestine. And in large intestine, it has much more important functions to do or help the host, with reference to the microbial homeostasis, with reference to maturation of immune system, with reference to the production of short-chain fatty acids, with reference to the digestion of the food which is not digested in the smaller intestine, many things. And then that this bacteria comes only from mother milk, and we do not eat afterwards. Okay, so whatever we have, the count or the population in our gastrointestinal tract, it is actually depleting, and depleting in the bifidobacter count actually is associated with more number of gastrointestinal problems. We work on this another bacteria. You can see actually this yellow color means that this bacteria actually colonizes or stay in a smaller intestine. These are actually the Lactobacillus fermentum, and then we work in another one more group of bacteria, Lactobacillus plantarum, Lactobacillus plantarum, Lactobacillus fermentum. With their background color only, you can actually make out that they are associated or colonizes in the smaller intestine. And they actually works to inhibit the pathogenic bacteria, digest the food, produce the vitamins, minerals required, acidify the gastrointestinal tract, partly associated with the inducing the immune response and all. And this is actually another microorganism which we are working is the bacillus, the probiotic bacillus. Everyone will know that there is only such a commercially available probiotic product from the bacillus genus, Sporolac powder, the acid producing spore forming bacteria. So we actually work not on the acid producing, but we are working on the bacillus group, which are the food grade organisms. We actually worked on these two important organisms. One is the Bifidobacterium longum, and we had probiotic studies, in vitro probiotic studies, and recently we actually characterized for this bacteria, even for the reducing the inflammation, and and we did a preclinical trial in a mice model, which was actually useful to see the efficacy of the Bifidobacterium longum for reducing the um, uh, some of this disorder, especially rheumatic arthritis. Okay, so this bacteria, besides modulating the gut microbiota, what is the meaning of modulating gut microbiota? That they balances between the good and bad bacteria. Okay, the another bacterium is the lactobacillus, which has been recently renamed as a Limosilla lactobacillus fermentum, and then you can see that these are the type cultures isolated and characterized in our laboratories are now kept in a safe deposit at Pune. Okay, and this bacteria actually we studied their probiotic properties, the cell line studies. Then we did the preclinical trial, and last year we actually tested this bacteria for the clinical purpose to see the health benefits to the human being. Okay. We developed this product combining the lactobacillus and then bifidobacteria. That's why the bifidobacteria enriched self-stable probiotic curd for the treatment of COVID-19. Why? Because this, what I showed in the previous slide, that this both the group of bacteria actually has the ability of reducing the pro-inflammatory cytokines. And that experiment, we have the animal experiment to prove or to claim that our cultures, our bacterial probiotic cultures, which are developed in our laboratory, are indeed useful for reducing the pro-inflammatory cytokine. They actually increases or induces the expression of anti-inflammatory cytokines. Okay. So using this strategy techniques, we combine these two bacteria along with the Lactococcus lactis. So Combicurd 21 is basically a combination of a three bacteria, and the milk is fermented, and this milk, the fermented milk, we called it as again also a curd. Okay, so what this combi curd has, the lactobacillus fermentum, the lactococcus lactis, which is a nicotine producer, and then bifidobacteria. And this nicotine producing culture, produces a antibacterial substance, and when we check this product, we have the very good antibacterial activity in the product also, and this actually helps us to retain our product in a room temperature at least for 10 days. Normal curd you will not be able to keep for more than 1 hour or few hours, but our curd has been tested for up to 10 days for its perishability in a room temperature. So that is what actually is important. Just coming back little bit with reference to the COVID-19 and probiotics. The probiotics actually offers at least 5 health advantages, health benefits with the reference to the COVID-19. That includes the managing the inflammatory markers, which is written here, the secretion of pro-inflammatory and inflammatory cytokines when the virus infects. They can actually regulate the cytokine storm, by to suppress the hyperimmune response. And in case of the bifidobacteria, this has been actually proven, and that's why we have combined the bifidobacteria from the other product and incorporated in our shelf-stable curd. Then they are actually can help to reduce the CRP protein, CRP protein. Then most of this this probiotic bacteria has the ability of secreting the interferons, and this interferons actually work against the COVID, has the antiviral properties. Last but not least is that this probiotic organism, when we consume, they actually restore the normal gut flora. That means they helps to for preventing the other pathogenic microorganisms to get colonized. They minimizes the infection, then they minimize the allergy as well as the diarrhea. So in other words, the Panchat Sutra of using the probiotics for COVID-19 includes the production of the anti-inflammatory cytokines, regulating the cytokine storm, which is the theme of my presentation, regulating the minimizing the C regulatory protein, which I will be telling about our work, and minimizing the antiviral producing the interferon and avoiding the having the antiviral property, and the last but not least is the gut microflora restorations. Okay, so this was actually with reference to the cytokine storm. It was in the news May 17. Okay, which you can see, and then to reduce the cytokine storm, what is the very common medicine you use? That is the baricitinib, and baricitinib is not for actually the cytokine storm induced by the COVID-19, but this is actually used for pro-inflammatory for reducing the inflammation which is happens in the rheumatic arthritis. So this is what actually I am trying to tell again and again, that whatever the conventional therapy is there is repurposed therapy, and these drugs actually causes several side effects. They are actually are associated with the several other abnormalities. Okay, so just to come with reference to the C-reactive protein, you can see that in the control condition, in the disease condition, we saw the very high level of CRP protein, and when we treated that organism or supplement or fed with the Bifidobacterium longum, you can see that the level of CRP protein was reduced. Okay, and this actually experiment we did before COVID comes. We were not aware that of the work which we are doing is related to COVID-19 or not. But then we have seen that some of the markers which we basically did are associated with the COVID, and then you can see that several such markers, knowingly or unknowingly, we identified in our study that associated with the CRP protein, lipopolysaccharide, the ACE2 inhibitors, everyone, the WBC, ESR, several of this, inflammatory cytokine, the METMP ratio, antitrypsin, neutrophil elastase, fecal calcificator, and the gut microbiome modulation. And then we can see that our bacterial culture, the lactobacillus, which colonizes in the smaller intestine, has some of this property, and then bifidobacteria, which colonizes in the large intestine, also has this property. That means the product developed using this culture can be a very good substitute or alternative to the present COVID therapy. Okay, so just to summarize this part of work, that we have the one probiotic culture which helps to reduce the pathogen count, reduce the TNF alpha, reduce the bacterial translocation in the bloodstream system, reduce the gut permeability, and helps for the GLP-1. And then you know that GLP-1 is associated with the diabetics. So you take either the insulin election or the product containing this bacteria is the same, in other words, and has a very strong anti-inflammatory property. Who does this work? This culture, Limosinobacillus fermentum. I can call it only the fermentum. Similarly, we have another group of bacteria, that is a Bifidobacterium longum, and then you can see even this has the ability to produce induce the IL-10 expression, and this IL-10, as I told, that is a strong anti-inflammatory property. Okay, I will quickly go with reference to how the immune system actually is being induced with either with the vaccine and then probiotic therapy. Most part of this one actually I have covered. So when we consume the probiotic bacteria, it is actually the intestinal epithelial cells. They modulate and activate the dendritic cells, and through this mature dendritic cells, the NK cells are being produced, and virus-infected cells actually are being destroyed by the NK cells because of the production of IF and gamma secretion and the cytotoxicity. The other is the neutralizing the antibody, which is actually induced by the mature dendritic produced by the B cells, and this neutralizing antibody actually takes care of a virus infection, and this is how actually the virus is being killed in your body when you consume the probiotics, where health claim has been studied or claimed and experiment has been done. Okay. But with reference to the vaccination, so this is the procedure. So you may ask how the vaccination differs from the probiotic therapy or the probiotic consumption or probiotic supplementation. Probiotics are more generalized, vaccination more specific. But when you take the vaccine, do vaccine guarantee 100% efficacy? No, it is only 60, 70, 80%, right? There is a possibility that new variants can actually invade the vaccine, the antibodies which are actually induced by the vaccine, right? So here also, when you take the vaccine, you are looking for the antibody production. You consume the probiotics, you are also looking for the antibodies production. So that is what I am trying to tell. Just I compare from the student perspective, if both are there on my table, whether I should take the COVID vaccine or I should take the probiotic curd, in other words, whether I take the combi curd or the vaccine, So I will not explain this slide. It is up to you to decide what you want to take. Okay. So to conclude this part of presentations with reference to the virus infection and then role of probiotics. So this is how actually the virus attack us. SE2 inhibitors, they welcome the virus, gets infected to the lung, and then it goes to the gastrointestinal tract, and then you will see that several short chain fatty acid, the antigen presenting cells, then it induces the probiotics. If you have the strong probiotics consumed, they actually takes care about this part, inducing the proliferation of TB cells, subset cells, and makes the body antiviral. And this is how actually the virus clearance takes place. This is what actually the similar mechanism happens when we take the remdesivir, when we take the antiviral drugs, when we take the glucocorticoids, when we take the clarithromycin antibiotics. Probiotics also does the same thing. You take many drugs, become all right. Take the probiotics, also you become all right. In other words, okay. Now I will come quickly with reference to our work. I know I don't have much time. I think I started at 11:20. So in 11:10 I will finish it. 40 minutes presentation. So this title of this slide is the CFTRI fights against COVID-19. So I am actually presenting this work which we are presently doing in our laboratory, and then I told this product, the Combicur, and I told that we have actually two this probiotic bacteria, the lactobacillus and another is the bifidobacteria, and both these cultures are extensively characterized and studied, even including their genome sequence. And actually we are now looking how this genome sequence information can be used in our research purpose. How this genome sequence, genomics, data of genomics will be useful for our particular studies. So, and I already told that we have already the preclinical trial is established with reference to their reducing the pro-inflammatory cytokines, restoring the gut microbiota. Why? Because when we give to the rat and induce some sort of inflammations, the rat which consume our curd became normal. The rat which did not consume our curd was sick. So that is what I am trying to tell. This preclinical trial, we are actually going to repeat in a more specialized mice that is known as the Balbisi mice, which is actually the more immunogenic, and then see that the normal rat, how he got benefited, whether the Balbisi mice also will get benefited or not with reference to the immune response, with reference to the inflammations. So if Balbisi rice says that yes, I am happy, I am very happy when you infected me or when you induced the inflammation to me, I could actually sustain that. When I consumed your curd. Why? Because your curd has this probiotic bacteria, and these bacteria are extensively characterized for these two properties. Once that Balbisi mice tells us that yes, your product has some panchatantra or the medicinal property, we are going to test to the healthy individuals, and we will compare with the curd available in the market with reference to the inflammatory markers, with reference to the gut microbiota. And once that healthy person tells us that yes, eating a curd developed in CFTRI is useful than the normal curd, then we are going to test this curd in a COVID patients, okay, and in a disease condition. And what we expect that either you take the medicine or you take this curd, you are going to be a normal person. So that is what actually the important is. And that's why this journey actually started somewhere, like we developed the curd, we named it subsequently the Combicur, which we are tested as a preclinically. The testing for the healthy individuals, we are due for that. Very shortly, we have planned this experiment. And for the disease conditions, I have applied for the grant to the ICMR. I hope my application is taken positively. A month back, there was a call for proposal from ICMR with reference to the COVID. So I hope I get some grant, because this experiment actually are expensive due to that reasons. And then I expect that our work also will help to make the person healthy. Will work for the benefit of the society, in other words. Okay, so this is what actually our overall the experimental plan is the preclinical trial. I told that we have done already the preclinical trial, but we are going to do the preclinical once again in a biopsy mice, in a specialized animal, and then we move to the clinical trial that comprises, as I told, the healthy individuals, and then is the COVID patients. Okay, so this is what actually the experiments are due. So this is overall the conclusion with reference to the probiotic supplementations and COVID, the cytokine storm, the inflammatory marker, the supplementations will be definitely useful with our frontline workers, the people which are actually infected. Can help to flatten the curve. Few days back we were struggling for this, flattening the curve. I have still 2 more minutes. And then reduce the mortality. The several such functions can be studied, then including the this. As I told that our clinical trials are underway, not only globally but in our laboratory also. We are actually associated with the clinical trial. This is our group, which is mostly involved in this probiotic work, including the antimicrobial peptides and then antibiotic resistance also, as Purnima was introducing in me. And this is actually one of this responsibility institute has given me, the setting up the COVID testing center in the CFTRI. So most of the CSIR laboratories do have the COVID testing center. So we are actually working with the state government and testing several of the samples per day, 2,000, 3,000 samples. We have at least somewhere 20 to 25 technicians who are actually doing this work. So monitoring that activity, actually I am associated with that. As Purnima also told that I have additional responsibility of another department. Just like a COVID virus, you will have the very common infection on the store grain pest. So CFTRI has one such a specialized department, especially with reference to this FCI godowns, or the biofumigations or biopesticides, that kind of work. I am heading that department. So with this, I thank you very much for the attention. I will not read what Alexander Fleming told. If people only has to go quickly, I go with some of this news appear in the newspaper. Those who are, most of the participant, I believe, reads Marathi, so they can actually quickly read. This is of course in the Kannada. You can see this also. Not very good animation somehow. So this was actually a 1 year back report when we actually initiated the sequencing of the coronavirus genome, and then now how important the sequencing is, because we can actually track or identify the variants. Which variants are there now? Right now the Delta plus or the Lambda. And this kind of informations. Okay, and I will be giving lectures in different places with relation to this fermented dairy products and their health benefits. So with this, I conclude here my presentation. I hope you people liked and we have enjoyed, and I hope that will be beneficial for most of you taking up the similar research activities also in this angle. So thank you very much. Over to chairperson. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge about the most current situation, that is the COVID-19. The situation worldwide is so devastating. Therapies like probiotics, it will surely help us, and we can overcome this critical situation soon. Ma'am, I would like to request Dr. Amandeep Kaur to chair the session. I think we lost the connection with the ma'am. We will begin with the question answer session. Any question from audience? So one question. I have displayed that. You can see.
Yeah, Lina is asking, commonly we know that cytokine storm occur after excessive use of steroids. In this situation, can probiotic work? Yes. That is what actually I was trying to tell, and then probiotics has been proven. If you do experimental setup, that when they fed to the mice, the cytokine storm was induced in one group, and in another group, no, the cytokine storm was induced. The mice was divided into two groups. One group was given with the probiotics, another was not given the probiotics. The rat actually untreated or where the probiotic was not supplemented, they died. Yeah, and then rat which actually consume the probiotic, they survive. I hope I'm clear with Lina's question.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Hmm.
क्या बोला उसने?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Thanks, sir.
Halami, for being with us. Thank you, Dr. Kaur, for chairing this session. Thank you, sir.
So if you have the link of YouTube, you can keep on watching on the YouTube so that you can get to know when is bogus. Madam,
Thanks to all invited speakers, session chair, and all scientific leads. Thank you for being with us in such beautiful event. We are hereby concluding our first technical session. We shall begin with the session 2, which is oral presentation within 10 seconds. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Here we are entering new session number 2 of day 2, Crafts 2021. I welcome you all. I welcome all the participants for oral presentation. I welcome all the session chairs, all the audience, and all the speakers. Soon we shall begin with the oral presentations. First, we will start with the oral presentations from Mathematical Science Department. For this session, I request Dr. Imtiaz Ali to chair the session. I request Dr. Imtiaz Wani if he have to give any instructions to the participants.
Yes, madam. Actually, they are facing problem in joining. I don't know why they are not able to join. I already conveyed them how to proceed, but they are facing little problem, I think.
Okay, but few of the participants are here with us, so we can begin with the presentation.
Okay, okay, madam. Yeah, you can. If there are participants, then you can join. Yeah,
Okay, thank you so
they
much,
can
sir.
join. Okay, okay, madam. They start the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one important instruction for all the participants. As we are running short of time, you will only get 2 to 3 minutes for presentation. Kindly complete your presentation within 3 minutes. We will remind you after 2 minutes to conclude your presentation. Thank you so much. And now we will begin with all the presentations. For a very first presentation from mathematical science, I would request Shiraz Ali sir to begin. Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but there is lot of noise issue from your side.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, sir, it is still there. We would begin with another presentation. I request Mohammad Asuf Padder to present. I just have request to all the participants. I request all the mathematics science department presenters to join the StreamYard. I repeat, I request all the mathematics sciences presenters to join the StreamYard. All the others may take a break. I request Asuf Pader to present. Hello. Hello. I request Shiraz Ali sir to present. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We will share your PPT. Just a minute. We will share your PPT. Sir, it is request to you to turn off your YouTube. Only join the StreamYard, sir. Kindly close the YouTube. We will start with physical sciences presentation. I request Professor Pagar to begin. I also request MD Shinde sir to chair the session.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. We are sharing your PPT. Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. No problem.
Ma'am, you just have 3 minutes to proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Can I start, ma'am? Yes. Good afternoon,
Yes.
one and all. Thank you for giving me such opportunity to present here my research views within a short time. Now, I am doing a research on transition metal oxides. Now, in present year, nanocrystalline transition metal oxides have attractive extensive interest because of their different applications. Out of these, nickel oxide is one of the main transition metal oxides due to its chemical stability. Ma'am, you proceed. No problem. Next slide. Because introduction is going on. Nickel oxide, it is very important because of its applications. That is, it has a more chemical stability. It is a p-type antiferromagnetic semiconductor oxides having band gap 3.624 electron volt. Now it is in a cubic structure. Now I mentioned here introductory part. Now this transition metal oxide, that is NiO, it is mostly used in a nickel ion battery. It has other than these different applications also, like a photocatalyst, gas sensors, then photovoltaic devices. My aim is to fabricate the photovoltaic devices. Now, to prepare this thick film, that is NiO thick film, I use the screen printing technique. Other than the screen printing technique, different deposition methods are also available. But the screen printing technique, ma'am, proceed. That screen printing technique, it is used because of its potential applications due to large deposition make it attractive and feasible for mass production process. Now my paper topic, it is the effect of the firing temperature on structural and electrical characterization of NiO thick film. Now, to characterize this thick film, I use these different techniques. That is, for structural properties, I use the XRD. For morphological properties, I use the scanning electron microscopy. For compositional, I use the EDAX. And for electrical characterization, basically, I use the static gas sensing system. Now, using this half bridge method, I measured the value of DC resistance. Now, from XRD analysis, that is, this is the XRD spectrum of NiO thick film at 400 degrees Celsius. I vary the firing temperature from room temperature to 400 degrees Celsius, and I obtain the previous spectrum that shown in the slide. Then for morphological study, I use the SEM. For compositional, I use the EDAX. This table represents the quantitative compositions of the nickel and oxygen. For electrical characterization, I use the static gas sensing system. In that, first I measure the DC resistance using half bridge method. Using that value of resistance, I measure the resistivity. I found resistivity decreases with increase in temperature. That shows, see here, the resistance decreases with increase in temperature exponentially. That shows the semiconductor behavior of that material used. Now, using these two variations, that is resistance versus temperature and log R versus inverse of temperature, using this I obtained the different values like activation energy, then TCR. Now for activation energy, I use the Arrhenius plot, and for to study the temperature effect, I used here the resistance versus the inverse function temperature. That is for studying the temperature effect. Now TCR can be calculated by using the graph also. TCR value I got, it is a negative, that is NTC, negative temperature coefficient. Now I characterize this NIO thick film using screen printing technique, using the different characterization technique. I found these results. My conclusion is the XRD analysis reveals the NIO thick film shows polycrystalline nature. Using that XRD, I also obtained the average crystallite size using the Debye-Scherer formula. Then I also obtained what that EDAX, that gives the quantitative analysis of nickel and oxygen, that shows the non-stoichiometric in nature. From electrical characterization, just I told, I measure the resistivity, activation energy, then temperature coefficient of resistance. I found resistivity decreases with the annealing temperature, that is firing temperature, and that shows the semiconductor behavior. Now I chosen here the temperature 400 degrees Celsius, and that I will use for the applications of the nickel oxide field. That is my future scope.
Ma'am, kindly
Okay.
go to conclusion. Kindly conclude,
Yes,
ma'am.
I conclude already. I show here conclusions I shown here, that is from XRD, that is nature of the field. It shows the polycrystalline. Then using the XRD, we can obtain the average crystallite size, and it is in terms of nanometer. I obtain it is 8.0532. EDX, that gives the quantitative elemental analysis. And from electrical characterization, finally I shown the screen printer technique, it is the semiconductor behavior. And I am trying to fabricate photovoltaic devices like a solar cell, supercapacitor in a future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. My presentation is over. Thank you for giving me such opportunity to present my paper in short. Because of the time, I already know. And congratulations once again for organizing team. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Hi, madam. Please show your first slide, madam.
Yes, ma'am. First slide. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This is not the first slide.
Okay, no problem. Which method you adopt?
Yes, sir.
Which method you adopt to prepare thick
Sir.
films?
Yes, sir. I use here screen printing technique method. That is for
Okay.
thick film preparation.
Okay, madam. And how will you prepare this nickel oxide?
Now I commercially that nickel oxide, it is commercially available. I not synthesize use. I directly used it.
Okay.
It is from nano.
What is the actual size of that nickel oxide crystals? Powder, I think you have purchased.
Yes, sir. I okay. That crystal, it is in terms of nanometers, sir. I have found it is 8.0532 to 8.07.
Not what my question is
Yes,
what
sir.
it is found, that is different thing, but you have professionally you have purchased it. So in that powder scale they have given some standard size or approximately size of that nanocrystals or nanoparticle.
Sir, it is 8 to 10 nanometer.
Okay.
It is
Okay.
mentioned on that bag I taken.
Okay, in that details. So please show
Yes,
me
sir.
your graph, XRD graph.
Yes, sir. This is my XRD graph, and it is at the 400 degrees Celsius, sir. Because here 5 diffraction peaks I observed, but I consider the prominent peak is 200, that is HKL plane.
Okay, okay. So this XRD of powder or your thick film obtained
This is
from
the,
thick.
yes, yes, it is obtained from thick film
Okay, madam. Then
that I
what the
prepare.
yes, just show me your XRD spectra.
Which one, sir?
XRD graph.
This
XRD,
slide. Sir, this is
XRD
the
graph.
XRD graph. Yes, sir.
This is
This is
XRD. Okay,
XRD.
okay.
Yes, sir. This is
And
XRD
then
spectrum that I obtained
after,
from thick film.
okay, okay. What I think it is EDX spectra actually. Don't
No, sir.
no
EDX,
problem.
I already shown it is in the next slide.
Okay,
That
okay,
is
no
after that
problem. Just tell
second,
me,
third. Yes, sir. Yes,
just
sir.
tell
This
me
is
what
it.
is the particle size or crystallite size obtained from that XRD?
XRD, it is 8.0532, sir.
So see,
Nanometer.
okay, no problem. Means what I observed when you purchase that powder from the market, so its size
Yes,
is
sir.
in the range of 8 to 10 nanometer, no doubt.
Yes, sir. Yes,
But when
sir.
you prepare the thick film by using skin painting, and again you sintered it or fired it up to 500 degree for how much time, madam?
For what, sir? 500 degrees. That is the firing temperature, sir. 400
Yes,
degrees
five
Celsius.
400 degree.
Yes,
So
sir.
in that 400 degree, whether particle size is increase or decrease or remains the
Yes,
same.
sir. Sir, as firing temperature increases from room temperature, first I taken it at room temperature, then 250,
Okay.
then 300, and finally I goes till 400 degrees Celsius. As temperature increases, there is an increase in the crystallite size. But it
Okay.
is in
So.
terms of what that nanometer 8.032, 8.052. In this way, it goes on. Slight change is there.
Because see,
This
there is relation between temperature and crystallite size. As the temperature increases, crystallite size is also increased. But in case of
yes.
your study, it is observed that it is just slightly increased. So whether you have confirmed it with the other characterization technique, because XRD is not proper technique to calculate the exact size of the crystallite.
As yeah, yes, sir. From EDX, that is that from not EDX, from same we can also obtain the crystallite size, and that gives the that assigned to crystallinity, because using that image software and remaining I obtain that also
Okay, but
crystallinity. It is
again, my question
increases.
is that from the same again, we cannot conclude that this is the exact size, because this same will give the surface topography information, and from that this is just approximate from XRD and
Yes, sir.
same. We will not that finally conclude that this size is same, confirmed. Whether it is possible to go with the tape, so you will conclude that yes, this size is exact. Okay,
Okay, sir. I
so
will
this
not
will
take an
suggestion.
time transmission.
Uh,
Okay, sir. I will not take it. That's why I not added in it and I
uh,
not studied. Just I
okay,
started my research 2 years back.
okay, madam. And again,
Okay,
what is the application of your nickel oxide film?
sir. I'm going to make that humidity sensor basically.
Okay, we'll have you have such a kind of setup there in your lab.
Sir, I will set up it. I tried for it, but
Okay,
afterwards.
okay.
Just I
Thank you,
completed
madam.
my characterization, sir. Thank you
But
very much, sir,
go
for
for
your
the
valuable.
maximum characterization. Yes, go with
Yes, sir.
maximum characterization. So we'll confirm and conclude the good results. Okay, madam.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Nice.
for suggestion, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. This
Yes, can I leave? Uh, yes, sir. Any question?
वो करेंगे लेकिन मैं ऑडियंस करके क्वेश्चन.
Yes, from audience you can. No problem. But I
Thank
got
you so
less
much,
time to
ma'am.
present, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Actually, sorry, we are just running short of time. Thank you so much for presenting. We are done, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me opportunity. Can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations, ma'am.
Now I request Neeraj Shingala to present. I also request Dr. Farnas to chair the session.
Can I share my presentation screen?
Yes, you can.
Is it visible, ma'am? Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Am
it
I
is.
audible?
It is visible. It is visible. Sir, kindly conclude in 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So
Okay.
this is my research work on mathematical analysis of earth theory exchanger. Now, what is earth theory exchanger? Suppose what will happen? I have to below ground level. I have to digging the up to 2 to 5 meters. So it is a ground level is there here, and 2 to 5 meter I have to keep the heat exchanger. Okay, and what will happen in this? Whatever the temperature inside is there, it is known as a earth undisturbed temperature EUT. So whatever the temperature is there here, I have to utilize and cooling as well as heating of any substance. This is my the research work. Also we can say PhD work is there. What will happen here? Suppose this is our atmosphere, or so we can say climate. Okay. Now what will happen in summer season? Here temperature is too high. Suppose we can say 35, but below ground level temperature is always you can find the 10 to 12 degree, also we can say more than, depending on the soil situation, also we can say environment situation, you can find the temperature below atmospheric temperature about we can say 20 or say 25, that I already measured with the help of thermal infrared meter. So this is my concept of this my topic. Okay. Okay. So already researchers have applied this earth theory textures in different locations, but I want my purpose is what, as per the literature review, this will have the literature review of my topic. Okay. As per the literature review, I conclude that never have researcher have applied this earth theory texture for the we can say cold storage purpose, because what will happen, cold storage is nowadays essential requirement for a preservation of food as well as another thing. So I have decided that based on the literature review as well as I have the based on the my experience of college, I have decided to use the earth reduction for the our cold storage purpose, or so we can say storage purpose. Okay, you know, in my this research work, this is my objective, because what will happen, or so many researchers have done the work on the earth reduction, but never used earth reduction for the cold storage purpose. That's why I have used this this topic, and this is my we can say thermal infrared meter. I have used this instrument for measuring the temperature below ground level. I have choose the different location of Rajkot area. I am living in Rajkot, Gujarat. So I have choose the I have measure the different 10 location of Rajkot area, and I measure the temperature. Always I found the temperature up to this area, up to this 27, 24, even also 23. So this will have the different temperature of different location. So it is this temperature is we can say this temperature 23, as well as we can say according to climate condition. Even also you can find a 23. So even also I got the temperature 22 somewhere. So 22 and 20. This will are the temperature. It is sufficient for the preservation of any wheat storage or say grain storage. Okay. So this is my work. Okay. Then what will happen in next, in the next I have used this thermal heat exchanger, also we can say earth heat exchanger. I make a model in a ANSYS CFD, because CFD is means of computational fluid dynamic. So in this analysis, I have studied the environment, or also we can say study the below ground level environment as well as study the environment of earth heat exchanger. So it is a best software for utilization of earth heat exchanger. So from this analysis, it means earlier I have used the I have used the thermal infrared meter for measure the temperature. It is my one research work. I have already practical work on it. Then I have done the simulation work. Also, we can say this is the work of my we can say CFD. From that I got the temperature. Okay. Now this is my third part of design manipulation. Also, we can say validation is requirement for your work. So I have started first measure the temperature in practical way with the infrared meter. Then I have started. I have used the simulation work, and parallelly I have worked the mathematical work. So this is the mathematical work. Okay. So this is the TG. TG means what? Earth ground temperature. Okay. In earth ground temperature, what will happen? You have to go 2 to 5 meter below ground level, and you can get the environment, also you can get the temperature. So this is the temperature. Okay, so I got the temperature 22 and 22.34 degrees centigrade. Even also, this temperature is more suitable for our preservation of any food, or so we can say any vegetables. Even also, I have visited the one cold storage area at Rajkot. Okay, in Rajkot, I have visited the so many cold storage area, and in cold storage, I found that the 22, 20, also this one are the sufficient of preservation of good. Okay, this is the 22, 34. Then what will happen, ma'am? I have make the paragraph graph of it. I have made the mathematical analysis, and this all are the convective heat transfer as well as this all are the coefficient of overall heat transfer. Why I have calculated this? Because it is the requirement, or so we can say it is a design part of Earth heat exchanger. So this all are the necessary part for me to calculate this whole parameter. Then I can find the effectiveness of Earth heat exchanger. Okay. Then what will happen? Again, I want to reduce my temperature below 22.34. Okay. Then what will happen? I have done again research. Okay. Again, I have done an analysis of it, and I have
Sir,
used
please
the.
conclude yourself. Hello.
Okay,
Sorry to
no,
interrupt. Please conclude
two
yourself.
minutes, ma'am. Please give me 2 minutes. I will finish it. Okay. Then I will. I have done my. Then I have done again. I have done the EU operating cooling system. Okay. From the EU operating cooling system, I got the temperature below. We can say 20 as well as 18 degree. So what will happen? This is the we can say conclusion that I got the temperature 23 minimum temperature as per the climate condition, and from the I can say mathematical design, or so we can say mathematical analysis, I got the temperature 22.34, and from the analysis part I got the temperature 25.84. So this all are the we can say I got the 2 to 5 degree variation, because it will be changed depending on the climate condition, because one state to another state soil capacity, also we can say environment parameter, soil characteristic, all are different from one state to another place, or so we can say another region. So 5 degree is allowable tolerance for the our analysis. So this all are the my research work, or so we can say research PhD work of my topic. Okay, ma'am, it is over. Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. So within a short period of time, I have tried to my maximum try to complete the presentation.
I request Dr. Furnas to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mansi. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great and you are enjoying this crafts conference. So, thank you, Neeraj, for the nice presentation. And uh, I would request Roshni Patel
Okay. There is no
to
question from madam.
sorry.
There is no question regarding my presentation.
Yeah, I would like to ask you about this Earth Air.
Heat
Um,
exchanger.
yeah, can you please explain it? What
Yes, madam.
is it?
Madam, it is a
Earth Air
one kind of
heat
heat exchanger.
exchanger.
Yes, it is a one kind of heat exchanger is there. In that case, what will happen? We can transfer the heat from one place to another place, or say one area to another area. Like our in AC, what will happen? In AC, what will happen? It will give the environment in cooling condition. Similarly, heat exchanger is one kind of exchange the heat, or so we can say media. For environment purpose, it is a very good we can say devices. Okay, it is used for the HVAC purpose, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Now, right now, what will happen? Before it also, so many year ago, we are not believing solar heat. Okay, now we all are used to of solar rooftop, as well as solar. We can say heater. Now, what will happen? There is no idea about the geothermal energy. Maybe after this after this my research topic, or say so many after 5 to 10 years, all believe in solar energy, or all believe in geothermal energy. So that is my topic is that every 5 year ocean energy, geothermal energy create a more important role to environment purpose, also reduce the electricity of the any application. So you can replace the AC. Okay. Now what will happen? You can provide the cooling condition, and you can eliminate the AC with the help of geothermal energy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Neeraj.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining with us. I request next participant Roshni to present.
जी शेयर करना है
Impacts Management, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. Hello, am I audible?
Audible. Are you going to share your PPT?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we are sharing
Okay,
it. It is here.
okay,
Kindly
thank you, ma'am.
conclude in 3 minutes. Kindly conclude in 3 minutes.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Today's my topic is soil micronutrients extraction by DTPA CSL2 T method in selected villages of Morbi, Gujarat, India. Next slide, ma'am. Here is my abstract. Next, ma'am. Ma'am. In agro-system of sustainable productivity, soil plays an important role on availability of soil. Sustainable fertility depends on essential nutrients to grow plant. Here is the functions of micronutrients. Copper activates enzymes and catalysis reaction in plant growth processes. Iron is required for growth and food production. Manganese functions primarily as part of enzyme system in plant. It activates several important metabolic reaction and plays a direct role in photosynthesis. Zinc was one of the first micronutrients recognized as essential for plants and the one most commonly limiting yield. Although zinc is required only in small amounts, high are impossible without it. Next. Here is my material and methodology. This study was intended to determine the status of soil micronutrients by using DTPS CSL2 method in selected villages of Morbi, Gujarat. 15 samples from different villages of Morbi region were collected, in which the micronutrients like zinc, iron, copper, and manganese were analyzed. All the samples were dried, ground with mortar, and passed through 2 mm sieve. For the laboratory study, all the samples were packed in polythene bag. The analysis of micronutrients was carried out in instrument AAS, atomic absorption spectrometer. Here is a DTP extracted method. Next. The method was used for the analysis was Lindsay Norwell 1975. Here is my calculation, results and discussion. Here is the chart. The standard curve of copper and iron prepared by standard working solution. लेकिन मेरी स्लाइड नहीं दिख रही मुझे कौन सी स्लाइड चालू है कौन सी स्लाइड ओके नेक्स्ट स्लाइड sorry next slide ma'am here is my results and discussion next slide ma'am next slide ma'am here is the graph which shows the reading from the earlier table next slide ma'am again next ma'am next ma'am it is concluded that the amount of copper is high in Sajanpur and the amount of zinc is high in Jethpur and the amount of Fe is high in Jamburia and the last amount of iron is high in Jasmatgarh. And conclude that, next slide ma'am. It also concludes that DTPA CSL2 method is found to be most suitable method for calculation of heavy metal. All micronutrients are important for plant growth. And here are my references. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Roshni, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Is there any hello? Is there any other method other than this DTPA method for the estimation of the micronutrients?
Yes, ma'am, is ICP-MS, inductively
Okay,
coupled plasma mass spectroscopy.
so why have you opted this method only, DTPA?
Because, ma'am, DTP offers the most favorable condition of stability constant for metals.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We will begin with the next presentation. I request Asma Kazi. सर आप पूरा देख रहे हैं Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, can
Are
you
you
share
going
my
to share your
presentation?
presentation? Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah, ma'am.
You can proceed. You just have 2 to 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Ashma Kazi. I'm from Department of Botany, Bioinformatics and Climate Change Impacts Management, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. So today's my topic is the assessment of heavy metals in the selected soil samples of Sabarkata district. And next, ma'am. The next is the abstract which I have prepared. Next, as we all know that heavy metals are found naturally in the earth's crust, and small amounts of heavy metals are very important for the soil quality, but increasing an amount of heavy metal in the environment causes harmful for the soil, and it causes soil pollution. Both natural and anthropogenic activities are responsible for the increase in the heavy metals, and a high amount of accumulation of heavy metals in the soil is a serious global problem. Next, ma'am. Sources of the heavy metals, both by the natural and the anthropogenic, it causes the soil pollution. While taking while taking in consideration of involvement of heavy metals in the soil, it changes the property of soil and the soil content. That basically causes the soil pollution. So the soil pollution is defined as the change in the chemical, physical, and the biological appearance through involvement of natural and anthropogenic activities. But soil is a major thing for the heavy metals released in the environment. Mainly leaching. Next, ma'am. Mainly leaching and the oxidation process causes accumulation of heavy metals in the soil, which will then be transferred to other organisms and plants. Ma'am, next, please. Hello. So the main objective to carry out this research was to find out the heavy metal concentration in the soil of 10 villages of Sabarkata district. My hypothesis is that the heavy metals present in the soil may get transferred from soil to fodder plants and then to the dairy animals. So for that, materials and methodology were to calculate the amount of heavy metals present in the soil. 5 talukas of Sabarkata district from that 10 villages were selected. Selection of villages were based on the number of population of dairy animals. The higher number of population of dairy animals were considered. For the collection of the soil samples were collected from the field where the fodders are
Madam, kindly go to the conclusion part. Please go to the conclusion part.
Okay, so I've done this analysis through AAS by the DTPA CaCl2T method. So my conclusion was that the out of all the 10 villages, 2 villages were were showing high concentration of copper, zinc, and the manganese, and one of the village shows the high amount of copper and iron content. So this was because of the fertilizers used in the agriculture field, and also the Sabarkanta district is considered as the hub for the ceramic and the mining industries. So assessment of the soil.
Thank you so much. I request Dr. Farnas to continue.
Okay, thank you, Ashima, for the presentation. I would like to have one question only. That what are the natural activities which add the heavy metals to the soil? What natural activities are these?
Ma'am, the landslides are there, natural calamities are there. Then heavy rainfall and heavy temperature issues does lead to the heavy metal concentration.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Furnas, for being with us and chairing the session.
Thank you, Mansi. Thank you so much.
Hello, I welcome Dr. Satnam Singh for chairing the session of Pharmaceutical Sciences. We will begin with the presentations. First of all, I would like to call Pathan sir for presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Is I'm audible? Hello, ma'am. Is I'm audible? Hello, hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
you're
Is I'm
audible.
audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
We'll share your PPT.
Can I share my PPT, ma'am?
Okay, you can share.
Uh, I think, ma'am, my browser blocked my screen, so that's why I'm unable to share my PPT. So can you please share my presentation? Okay.
We have shared it here. You can start. You just have 2 to 3 minutes. Kindly complete.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very thankful to give me an opportunity to share my presentation or my research work in this international conference. So, I have performed formulation and evaluation of gastroretentive floating tablet for anti-diabetic drug. As anti-diabetic or diabetes, it is very common conditions which are commonly arises in day-to-day life, or we can say that it is a common disease which are available in our society. So from my side, I have to try that formulate an evaluation of gastro-retentive floating tablet for anti-diabetic drug, and I'm very fortunate for this purpose. Dr. Vishal Gulecha sir, the Dean of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sandip University, Nashik, and Dr. Amar Zalte sir gave their valuable suggestion as a guide to me. So, ma'am, the main aim of my research work is to persist the gastric resident time of vildagliptin by designing its gastro-retentive tablet, as well as to study the effect of different polymer on its release rate. So, first of all, I prepare that tablet by using an vildagliptin drug. By using vildagliptin drug, I formulate a tablet, and by using different polymer which shows certain floating or a certain gastric retention time, so that that flowed for a long period of time. So for that purpose, I use different polymers like HPMC K15, HPMC K100M, HPMC K14M, and the primary objective of my study is to formulate design and statistical evaluation of vildagliptin bioadhesive tablet. Apart from that, the secondary objective is to check the hardness, floating time, floating lag time, we can say that, friability, floating behavior, and total floating time, drug content, thickness, and ex vivo and in vitro dissolution study. Thereafter, the tertiary objective of my research is to formulate design and statistical evaluation for bioadhesive bits and their evaluation. So likewise, I formulate and the tablet and for that vildagliptin tablet, that for anti-diabetic effect, I perform preliminary study including FTIR, organoleptic properties I determined, then melting point, solubility, then loss of drying, then drug polymer compatibility study by using DSC. I can evaluate as a preliminary study. Thereafter, I prepare several batches for that diabetic anti-diabetic tablet, and for that vildagliptin, HPMC K4M, HPMC K15M, HPMC K100M, then MCC sodium bicarbonate. Thereafter, ma'am, hello. Hello, I think my screen is not visible to the participants. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, thereafter I prepare batches of vildagliptin. I prepare 6 batches, and out of that I taking the results, all the results of that 6 batches, and from I conclude that my fifth batch show enhancing result, and it will be considered as an optimized batch. And by using that my fifth batch, I prepare and factorial design 2 raised to 3 factorial design by considering floating lag time and percentage drug release as a response, and 3 polymers like HPMC, microcrystalline cellulose, and sodium bicarbonate as a 3 factors. So by using that, I prepare the different batches by taking the concentration -1 +1 in that kind of ratio. Then thereafter I evaluate the batches for different parameter including physicochemical parameters, and apart from that I again evaluated for floating lag time, duration of floating lag time, then tablet swelling ability. So thereafter in vitro release profile I will perform. I will perform by using and dissolution test apparatus. Then thereafter by using and raw baits I perform in vivo study. Okay, so I likewise I optimize by my F7 batch. So likewise I again tell you diabetes it is a disease which is commonly present in our society, and in order to as a part of research, okay, as a part of research I prepare that formulation and evaluation of floating tablet, and my aim or my objective to prepare the floating tablet that retain for a sufficient period of time, so as the polymer containing drug can release slowly. So from that side I conclude that HPMC K15M and sodium alginate might be a promising combination for the formulation of gastroretentive drug delivery system, and out of that H7 formulation I considered as a good formulation.
Thank you so much, sir. I request
yes.
Dr. Satnam to continue.
Okay. First, you please tell me, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello?
You are audible to me. Yes, sir.
Okay. Please read the conclusion once again. Are you able to listen properly?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible to me.
So what is the result, proper result of your research? First of all, is this a piece of research work or a part of the project?
Research work, sir. Research work, because in that by using vildagliptin and certain polymers, I prepared a floating tablet. This is a partial part of my research work, sir. So here I prepare by using different polymer. I prepare a floating tablet, so that we increase the floating time of the tablet and thereby increases the sustained action of that medicament.
Okay, one thing more. Do you have studied the toxicity profile of these polymers before applying for the coating?
Not yet, sir. Yeah, it will be. It will be. I directly formulate the tablet and go for evaluation, sir.
But it is very much required as far as resolution rate is
Yes, sir. Yes,
required,
sir.
or we can say it's a total pharmacokinetic data is essential. This toxicity profile is also very important part.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's why ethical approval is must.
So much needed. Yes,
Did you
sir.
obtain ethical approval from your institute?
Yes, sir. I am getting that ethical approval, but I have to perform that study.
But there are many enclosures when you are going to work in such a field where the end basically result is going to be applied on the human being directly. So it is closely monitored for all these things.
Yes, sir.
So this toxicity profile is one of them.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, no problem. It's a good piece of work. Go
Oh,
ahead.
yes,
All the
sir.
best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Uh,
Thank you
please
so
accept
much,
the next
Satnam
question.
sir. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Patran.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I request Asha Kadam madam to proceed.
Yes. Yeah. Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yes. I share the screen or you, ma'am? Can I share the screen, ma'am?
नेट गया नेट
नहीं मैं तो चल रहा है फुल स्टॉप अपना नहीं गया नहीं ये पूरे मैडम का लैपटॉप गया नेट नहीं गया
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Dr. Asha Kadam from Department of Botany, Dada Patil Mahavidyalaya, Karjat. I would like to present my research work, that is the women must know about herbal contraceptive. So, contraceptive means the barriers or the devices which are used for the prevention of pregnancy. We know that contraception is the process or the phenomenon in which we are using the different barrier methods or the devices for the prevention of pregnancy. As we know that in the market there are different contraceptives devices and the drugs are available, but they are having some their long-term side effects. But when we learn from the plant science, there are different plants which having the chemical constituents which play an important role as a prevention of a pregnancy. So from the ancient data, we know that there are the different plants which are used for the prevention of the pregnancy as a contraceptive or as a abortifacient. So these are some plants which are used from the ancient agent as a contraceptive purpose. So this picture showing the plants like the Vidanga, Pipli, Tankan, Nirgundi, Chitraka, Japa, Jagari, somewhat neem bark, Datura, Talisapatra, and the Gairika. These are some of the plants which from the ancient time were used for the prevention of the pregnancy. In Ayurveda, there are huge amount of the herbal drugs which known about the contraception. So these are some home remedies which are used for the contraception purpose or the birth control. So these are some herbs which are used for the prevention purpose, which very effective, and they do not having any major side effects. So these remedies we are easily prepare at our home. So these are some dried apricots which play an important role for the birth control agents, which can also cause an abortion if the pregnancy is confirmed. So these are the leaves of rui, which are effective abortive agents or abortive agents which help get rid of unwanted pregnancy, and also the best home remedies for the birth control purpose. And as we know that papaya is also the another home remedy, or we say that the papaya is the fruit.
Ma'am, kindly conclude. Sorry to interrupt, kindly conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So like this, there are different plants which
I request
we are
Dr.
used.
Satnam to proceed.
Yeah, we are used for the herbal contraception, but we don't know about these plants. Easily we are go to the market and purchase the contraceptive pills and take that pills for the prevention of pregnancy. But our surrounding nature also, there are a lot of plants which having these abortive agent and contraceptive activity, but there is the need to find the scientific evidences or the scientific what we say that some scientific data for that plants. We research on that plants, and we have also formulated in future the herbal contraceptives for the purpose of a prevention of a pregnancy. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You can join the mobile also, but ensure कि आपका जो
Hello.
stream याद है, it has access to YouTube audio.
I
Can you
request
hear
Dr.
me?
Satnam to proceed. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Am I audible, ma'am? Asha, ma'am?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, you have presented a list of natural herbs,
Uh,
or
yes,
we can
yes, sir.
say remedies,
Herbal contraceptives. Yes, sir.
as a contraceptive. Ma'am, can you elaborate the constituents present in these which are responsible for their action on contraceptive?
Uh, yes, sir. If we take the example of neem bark, in that neem bark there is the saponin content is much more. We know that dominant compound is the saponin, and this saponin play an important role to kill the sperms. And when there is the intercourse in between the male and the female, that time when there is the spermicidal creams are applied, and that time they must the sperms are suddenly kills and there is no pregnancy. That purpose also in the market this formulation is available nowadays, spermicidal cream, which are prepared from the aza directa indica, that is the neem bark, sir.
Uh, my second question is that
Yes, sir.
uh, did you segregate all these herbs in two sections? One is for abortifacient and second for contraceptive, because these are the two different terms.
Yes, sir. Yes, these
Abortifacient
are
are those
two different
which
terms. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. But
so
some plants
all
they are,
the
yes, sir.
you mentioned remedies, all the mentioned remedies are having one type of action or two type of action.
Some plants having a two type of actions, sir. If we take the example of what we say that um, um, trigonella, sir, seeds of trigonella. These seeds of trigonella means the we say that as fenugreek, and these seeds are also the abortifacient, and also they are used as a contraception purpose, because in these seeds there is the steroid, diogenin steroid content is, and this steroid is also used as an abortifacient drug, and also is used as the contraceptive pills.
Ma'am, do you know any marketed products based on these herbs? for the prevention
Yes,
of
sir.
pregnancy?
Yes, sir. Nowadays, there are the herbal pills are available in the market. That is Nimosudin. These pills are highly effective against the contraception, sir.
Okay, one thing which I generally feel that is missing, it is
Yes, sir.
advised to you whenever you are going to present this type of study, you are requested to support the data. You are requested to present the data in support of your study. That how much people have used this drug and what type of results have been obtained.
Yes, sir. It's my own result, but this
That
PPT
is
are
very necessary.
only for.
Otherwise, whenever it is in the literature, it has no meaning to anyone. Got
Yeah,
it?
yes, sir. My topic is only
No
I.
doubt, no doubt, herbs are
Yes, sir. Yes.
basically showing miracles. Herbs are very
Hmm.
good, and
Yes, sir. Yes.
but uh, they should be generally presented with this quoted data. Otherwise, it has no value. It is
I know,
generally
sir. My yeah, 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 sir. But
so you
my
requested
data,
to
my own
you are
data is on the yes, sir.
you are
On the
requested to
trigonella and the castor
go
plant,
go
sir.
go to the field and collect some data that how
Yes,
many women have used this, how many have got good results, fair
yes,
results,
sir.
reason of failures. There are many
Yes, sir.
reasons of failures of pregnancy, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
It is
Yes,
not
yes.
necessary
Already,
that if we
already
are
it is done,
using,
sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
yes,
Already it is
okay,
done, sir. I take the survey, and after that, I take the animal trials on the plants, sir. And I also file the patent for this work, sir.
okay, thank you.
But from this presentation, I only know about the peoples that some herbs also they are used as a contraceptive, sir. Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this session. I call upon next Nilesh Chaudhary to present. I call upon next Nilesh Chaudhary to present.
Ma'am, please share my screen. Please share my screen.
Yes, yes, yes. Sir, kindly proceed in 2 to 3 minutes, okay?
Yes, yes, yes. Good afternoon to all. This is the initial part of my PhD research. This is just related to the review of advanced technologies in the formulation of solid lipid nanoparticles. Next, please. Solid lipid nanoparticles are basically next introductory part. Solid lipid nanoparticles were initially developed in the 1990s by some group of researchers, that is Muller. These solid lipid nanoparticles is basically to overcome the problems of the liposomes, microemulsions, polymer nanoparticles, which has some disadvantage. For this, solid lipid nanoparticles were prepared just by replacing this liquid oil from the emulsion by the solid lipid, and this SLN has the most important advantages in the pharmaceutical field is to increase the bioavailability, as many of the drugs available in the market has the less bioavailability, and we are still struggling to increase the bioavailability. So SLN proves the most important, that is the increase in the bioavailability. Next, please. Next methods. Next. There are various methods that one can say the kind of a technology is basically available in the literature. That is homogenization technique, which is again further classified into hot high pressure homogenization technique, cold high pressure homogenization technique, ultrasonication, microemulsion technique, emulsification, that is solvent evaporation and solvent diffusion, phase inversion method, multiple immersion techniques, membrane contractor supercritical techniques, and the microwave synthesis method for the SLM, which is recently we come across with these techniques, and we are going to use this as a part of our procedure in the PhD work. Next, there are certain applications of there are certain characterization which can be performed for the SLN is basically the as usual particle size, zeta potential, electron microscopy, atomic force microscopy, dynamic light scattering, some differential scanning, calorimeter, X-rays and etc. etc. There are some applications involved in the use of the SLN, basically increasing the bioavailability for poorly water soluble drugs. They are again very much important if compared with the other formulations like liposomes and etc. They are playing important there. Killer applications, cancer therapies, then antimicrobial drug delivery in the transdermal areas, potentially in agricultural, gene vector, and in cosmetics. Another important applications which we come across is the development in the novel theranostic approach for the pharmacokinetic and biodistribution of therapeutic agent in the real time. The last part is the conclusion. Basically, this is the review work. So, I just want to
I request Amol Guzar to present.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Sir, Nisha sir का है?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you, Sandip and CRAFT 2021 team. Today, I would be presenting a sub-analysis of my project, drug utilization and cost analysis of antibiotics drugs, which was done at private hospital in western part of India. It is a cross-sectional study. Coming towards the introduction, this is an drug utilization research study, and as per WHO, it is defined as a marketing, distribution, prescription, and use of drugs in a society with a special emphasis on resulting medical, social, and economical consequences. So this is a correlation between the marketing, distribution, and prescription of a drug towards medical, social, and economical consequences of this particular exercise. My study deals with antibiotic usage also in the particular hospital setup. And as we know, hospital setup usually depends more on the prescription patterns which they are aligned to. By using prescriptions, we can understand, or analyzing prescriptions, we can understand irrational prescribing, polypharmacy, antibiotic resistance, or even how much injectables are used, or if the drugs are very expensive, so which relates to the pharmacoeconomics part of it. So this all can be studied using a prescription and analyzing those patterns. Recent data from NSS, which is on health, estimated that more than half of the Indian population depends on private clinics and hospitals. So that was one of the motive to conduct this study, drug utilization study in private hospital. We had approached 3 private hospitals in Pune region of Maharashtra, and we had taken a tool which is a WHO recommended prescribing indicators to evaluate the prescription pattern to analyze the drug utilization. So these were 8 WHO recommended prescribing patterns and
Sorry to
comparative.
interrupt, sir. Kindly conclude. I
Yes.
request Dr. Satnam to continue.
जी मैम.
Yes. Yes, sir. So the my conclusion of the study is there was polypharmacy being identified apart from high percentage of antibiotic prescription usage, and cost of the treatment was also higher due to use of antibiotics and injectables, and the drugs were not prescribed in generic names, and also were not from a national list of essential medicine. There is a percentage to it, and the baseline data gathered from this study can help policymakers to rationalize the use of drug in particular settings. Thank you.
Amol,
Yes, sir.
can you enlist the single line?
Okay, so this slide is my total results of the study, which in comparison to WHO has shown significant deviation from WHO ranges, and the particular highlighting part is the antibiotic percentage of antibiotics used in the hospital, which is double the recommendation from WHO, and which can lead to antibiotic resistance if prescribed irrationally.
So
Yes, sir.
you the data you have collected basically located to one region only, or from
So,
different cities, or from different
so
types
this
of locations, populations?
Yes, so this data is from Pune district. So in Pune district, three hospitals were identified, private hospitals, in three different pin codes actually, so that the data can be compared. Two of the hospitals were general hospitals.
How did you collect the data?
So there is the methodology we have used, and this methodology is again directed by WHO how to collect the data and how to evaluate it.
But there are certain limitations. There
Mhm.
are permissions, prohibitions,
Yes, so
and
this study was a prospective
approvals.
cross-sectional study, and it has taken ethical approval, and it is registered on CTRI, that is government
Okay,
website.
last question. In a single line, what
Uh-huh.
is the advantages of this study? Single line.
So these kind
एक
of
लाइन
studies,
में बताओ सारे advantages. हाँ जी?
yes, sir. So these kind of studies, drug utilization studies, are a tool. By using this tool, the policymakers can make decisions because the data, which is a statistically relevant data, they can make decisions on uh, policies related to prescribing, like antibiotic prescriptions with respect to NSAIDs, or prescriptions respect to the
Okay.
particular area.
Will your recommendation help the rational use of antibiotics?
Definitely, sir. It's one of the
Okay.
baseline data which can be taken up. Just like in recent events we have seen with the corona, remdesivir was out of stock. Sometimes it was with respect to many other drugs, and these kind of out of stock situations arise due to irrational prescribings that we have seen, and these kind of studies address those exact problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I call upon next Christine Stacy to present.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. I'm sharing your presentation. Just a minute. You can continue.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is seasonal assessment of phytochemicals in Moringa concaensis from different agroclimatic zones of Gujarat. This is my extract. Please, next. Introduction. It is evergreen tree with 8 feet height, leaves up in it and bilobed. Next. It is used as medicinal. It is rich in bioresources of drug, and the whole part of the tree is used in another medicinal uses like to cure cough, cold. Next, I have selected two agroclimatic zone were selected as it helps in selecting the best varieties. Next, next, ma'am. This is my material and methodology. I have collected plants and by this method and preparation of leaf extract. Last, I have done qualitative and quantitative analysis by this method. Now, next. My result and discussion. This chart shows all the preliminary analysis, and I've got flavonoid more in this plant. So I have done total flavonoid content. This is the calibration curve done by regression equation. This is the chart which shows the standard quercetin concentration. This is Tapi region. Both the seasons have been compared, summer and rainy. Rainy shows higher concentration of flavonoid. Next. This is Junagadh region from South Gujarat zone. Summer and rainy season are compared. Rainy season shows highest concentration of flavonoid. And these are the result. And next conclusion. It is concluded that flavonoid content is more in both the regions. In rainy season, flavonoid is important for human health because of their antioxidant, antibacterial, antiviral, and anti-inflammatory activities. These are my references. Thank you.
I request Dr. Satnam to proceed.
Okay. Uh, Stacy,
Yes, sir.
you have gathered a wonderful information. Nowadays, this moringa plant is in the limelight. You are,
Yes, sir.
I hope, you are well aware of the fact that. Could you list me the
Yes, sir.
therapeutic uses of this plant? कहाँ कहाँ यूज होता है पता है
Sir,
आपको किस किसके लिए क्लेम किया जाता है
सर मोस्टली ये स्किन डिसीज और उसके लिए यूज होता है.
किसके लिए
स्किन डिसीजेस.
okay can you list some ingredients which are present in it and responsible for its pharmacological properties
No, sir. I don't know.
but if you are it is my suggestion if
Sir,
you
my
are going
basic
to
study
present
is on seasonal variation of this plant.
but you have also presented the presence of some ingredients
Yes, sir.
and then
Flavinon
the
content.
variation of ingredients according to the season. Huh? So
Yes, sir.
basically, it is always recommended whenever you are going to collect the leaves and parts of the plants, there are certain kinds of guidelines that you will have to collect the parts of the plant during rainy season, after rainy
Yes, sir.
season,
I have taken
in the
leaves.
shadow, in the early in the morning. Got it? So basically,
Yes, sir.
these are the timelines where the concentrations of the active ingredients in the plant is much more, and they are basically on the basis of those they are showing therapeutic effects. So you have also mentioned flavonoid, terpenols, and all these things. Uh, so these are
Yes,
the
sir.
ingredients which are responsible for the therapeutic effect and pharmacological properties.
Yes, sir.
Alkaloids.
Thank you for
When
suggestion. Thank you, sir.
uh, okay.
Thank you so much. I call upon next Rupali Dikle.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, kindly
Ma'am,
proceed.
yeah. Ma'am, will you share my presentation, please?
Just a minute. Can you please share your presentation, madam?
Ma'am, from here it is not possible. I'm trying to share it, but it's not. I will try again. Just a minute.
We will continue with the presentation of Rupali Dikle in very short time. I'm very thankful to Dr. Satnam Singh for being with us and chairing the session. Thank you so much, sir. It was pleasure to meet you.
Actually, my suggestion was that you can call the next candidate. Manasi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She is trying to connect, sir.
If she is having some problem, she's the last candidate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then it's okay. If any other candidate is left behind her, so we can call those first. Then after that,
Okay. Actually, all are done, sir. From pharmaceutical sciences, everyone is done, sir.
Hello, ma'am, am I audible?
how many candidates are left?
Yes, Rupali ma'am. Are you going to share your PPT?
That's what, ma'am. I'm trying to share it, but it's not getting shared. Will you share from your side, please?
Okay. Okay. Kindly wait.
Yeah.
It is a reminder for everyone that after presentations, we are going to have award distribution and valedictory function. So kindly be with us on YouTube. Okay. Now we will begin with the presentations from chemical sciences. I welcome Dr. Sachin Munde. I request him to chair the session. We shall begin with the presentations from chemical sciences.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Yeah. Let us start with the presentations. I think some 18 presentations are there. So
Okay.
please proceed. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to call Abhishek Joshi for presentation.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Wait, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, is this visible? Hello.
No, it is not visible to me. It is not visible.
Ma'am, I'm trying actually. Hello. Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Just a minute. I'll
Hello.
share your PPT. I'll share your PPT. Just a minute.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
You can proceed. You can proceed.
Okay.
Just conclude in 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, sure, ma'am. Ma'am, synthesis is of 3,4-dihydro, 3 substituted 2H naphtha 2,1E, 1,3 oxygen derivative at a room temperature by using ammonium metavanadate as a catalyst. Ma'am, will you please play a next slide? Hello. Okay. Basically, it is a multi-component reaction in which we have 3 or more different reactant which react with each which react and give a product in a one-pot procedure. Multi-component reaction is one of the suitable method for designing for efficiency and reaction designing. Multi-component reaction plays significant role in medicinal chemistry and material science and an organic synthesis. My synthesis is based on an oxazine derivative. The oxazine are important class of heterocyclic compound which are classified into 3 or more isomeric forms like 1,2-oxazine, 1,3-oxazine, and 1,4-oxazine. Oxazine are a heterocyclic compound. It is a 6-membered heterocyclic ring which is a prominent nucleus of the biodynamic, natural, and a synthetic molecule. Oxygen derivatives have different isomeric form, and it is used for the synthesis from a chalcone, and are known to possess various biological activities like anti-ulcer, anti-cancer, anti-tuberculosis, antioxidant, etc. Uh, Oxygen derivatives have played a very important role in the improvement of an heterocyclic chemistry and are ordinarily used in organic synthesis. Ma'am, will you please share? Okay, ma'am, next. Um, we have used I have used different articles for a synthesis of an oxygen derivative, in which we come to know that the oxygen derivative is synthesis by using formalin, aromatic amine, and by using alpha or beta naphthol, which give an oxygen derivative as a product. Ma'am, please share a third present for ma'am. Excuse me. Hello, ma'am. Present for yeah. I performed a reaction for the synthesis of 3,4 dihydro 3 substituted 2H naphtha 2,1E13 oxygen derivative in an acidic medium by using ammonium metavanadate as a catalyst. This reaction In this reaction we have performed a model reaction by using different types of catalyst, ma'am, will you please open my result and discussion? Okay, yeah. In this model reaction we have used different catalysts like acetic acid, oxalic acid, boric acid, citric acid, and ammonium metavanadate, through which we optimize that the ammonium metavanadate is a catalyst which is efficient for the synthesis of an oxygen derivative, through which we get maximum yield, and the reaction time is minimum for a product as compared to the others acid. Ma'am, please change the slide. Hello.
Sorry to
Yeah, ma'am.
interrupt, you can conclude.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
I request Sachin sir to proceed.
Okay, have you concluded?
Just I have to say the spectral analysis.
No, just conclude, because we are running short of time.
Okay, yes, sir. Ma'am, please open a conclusion. My slide, just spectral analysis. It's just 1 minute, sir, please. Hello, ma'am.
Last slide, yeah. Conclusion, ma'am. Just conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
Here.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. Okay, fine. If conclusion is just upon, otherwise you can.
Okay, I will say the spectral analysis. Actually, okay, ma'am. We have developed. I am going to conclude my presentation. We have developed
Abhishek, just tell me the overall conclusion. What is your product or output? That's it. In 2 lines.
Sir, my product is okay. My product is 1,3-oxygen derivative, in which we have get a maximum and a best result with an ammonium metavanadate as a catalyst, and this is a green synthesis in one. Yes, a catalyst. Ammonium metavanadate as a catalyst in a one pot procedure, and it is a green synthesis which is very useful in pharmaceutical and medicinal.
Okay, got it. It is a green synthesis. Very nice. Good. Okay, fine. Yes, ma'am. Who is the next?
Thank you so much, sir.
I request Priyanka Shisode to continue with the presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you all?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Uh, Ma'am, I'm trying to share my screen.
We have already shared your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. So, very good afternoon, everyone, respected chair of the session, duty members, and my fellow colleagues, and all the participants. Here, myself, Priyanka S. Shisode, I am here to present my poster entitled Evaluation of Influence of Calcium Carbonate Nanocomposites on Melt Viscosity and Microstructure of Polypropylene Nanocomposites. Recently, organic and inorganic nanocomposites are in spotlight as they are a promising class of materials, as they're having very good advantages as they improve the mechanical property, low thermal expansion coefficient, and barrier properties against flame redundancy and solvent resistance. That's why they are uh, in spotlight, we can say. Furthermore, they are having certain benefits, just like very low loading level in comparison to conventional polymer composite. They can achieve better properties. Here, we focus on polypropylene as it is the most important commodity polymer, as it is widely used in a technical application because of its good processing and low cost. Again, it is having a wide range of applications in household goods, packaging, automobiles, and so many. And again, the calcium carbonate was used as a nanoparticle, as it is again a most commonly used in organic filler in commodity polymers, just like polypropylene and very so many. Various researchers have studied this their mechanical properties in combination. In present study, the nanoparticles of calcium carbonate were synthesized by using in situ polymerization technique, and their particle size was confirmed using TEM analysis. Again, their nanocomposites were prepared by using Brabander plastograph EC, which was equipped with electrical heated mixing head having 55 centimeter volume capacity, two non-interchangeable rotor actually. And whole characterization was done actually by using the wide angle XRD, and then by using SEM. If you go for the result discussion section, we will find out that the particle size of calcium carbonate was found to be in the range of 35 to 60 nanometers, which was verified by the TEM, and it was reported by us in another session. The nanoparticles were used to prepare the nanocomposites, and the wide angle XRD clearly supports the formation of uh, polypropylene, which is having nanocomposites of calcium carbonate, and it acts as a nucleating agent for to some extent, although there is difference of 5%. We can see over here in the analysis as here these two XRD, WXRD are showing uh, the wide angle XRD of polypropylene, which was commercially taken with a range of 1% mixing, 3% mixing, and 5% mixing. And for the
Okay, thank you so
nanocomposite,
much,
it is in the B
Priyanka.
part.
Thank you so much.
Again,
Sorry to interrupt you. I request Dr. Sachin
okay,
Munde sir
ma'am.
to continue.
Just ma'am, I want to know that all the results already you shown that all supported by the SEM and TEM.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
They are supporting. That is all. It is being incorporated into the polypropylene composite.
Yeah, from where you this SEM and TEM carried out? Which laboratory?
From Pune.
Same from CCAT.
CCAT. It was done by same from CCAT. It was done.
Okay. CCAT. That
Vallabh
is
Vidyanagar.
from.
Yes, sir.
Okay, private or it is university lab.
No, sir, no. It's a DST center, sir, actually.
Okay, fine. Ma'am, please. Okay, thank you, Priyanka, ma'am. Please, next.
Thank
Who
you
is
so
the
much.
next? Yeah.
Okay.
Now I request Harshad Khairnar to proceed. Am I audible to you? We will take next presenter.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Hello.
I'm sharing your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I have done a synthesis of pyrimido 4,5,2 pyrimidine derivative using amino metavanadate as a catalyst at room temperature. And next slide. Hello. 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 Hello, ma'am. Next slide, please. Thank you. Combinatorial chemistry. Combinatorial chemistry is playing important role in pharmaceutical activities. Is a modern chemistry rapidly discovering new leads. Combinatorial chemistry is compared to synthesis method is make possible to prepare large number of compound is a single process. Um, multiple component reaction. This is a synthesis is a multiple component reaction is a masterpiece of a synthesis efficiency and reaction design. My reaction is a three component reaction and a single product is formed. uh, First compound is barbitoric acid, second is aldehyde, aromatic aldehyde, third is urea and thiourea, and give the pyrimidine. And next slide. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Next slide, please. This is a solvent free condition because it's environmentally it's better to synthesis, improve the selectivity, enhance reaction rate, and clear product and simple reaction. Otherwise, solvent is micro is elevated temperature create high pressure, which means causes explosion. Solvent-free synthesis reaction is most important because absence of solvent coupled with the high yield and short reaction time. Um, this is a Bisnelli reaction. This is a multiple component reaction and create dihydropyrimidine. The reaction developed in the Petro Bisnelli in 1891. This is ammonium metabolite as a catalyst is soluble in water. The resulting reaction is a moderated concentration of hydrogen ion and pH is less than 7. The react as acid to neutralize to base. Ma'am, present work please. Slide. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, hello. Result and discussion is the physical characteristics of ammonium metavalent is slightly acidic. The reaction condition is a workup is very simple. The product is high yield, 90 to 98% is yield is formed. Uh, the role of ammonium metavalent is been proceed to activate the aldehyde to binding the oxygen atom of aldehyde with a vacant orbital of transition metal vanadium to achieve the stable oxidation state. Hence the rate is increases on short time reaction and high yield at room temperature.
Thank you so much. I request Dr. Munde to proceed.
Hello.
Sir, you can proceed. Munde sir, you can proceed. sir, can you hear me? Sir, your mic is mute. Hello, sir. Sir, your mic is mute, sir.
I don't have any.
Okay, sir.
Host has muted me actually. From your side, I am muted.
We can hear you, sir, now.
Okay, ma'am.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Harshad, thank you very much for your presentation. Please, ma'am, take the next participant.
I request Mahesh Maske to proceed.
There was only a question. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am? Hi, ma'am. My name is Mahesh Maske. I am MSc second student organic chemistry. I have synthesis of various ethyl 2 ethoxyphosphano 1 cyano 2 substituted tetrazolo 1,5-conolin for ethanoate derivative using alumina basic via non-gel condensation. Ma'am, next slide. Novel condensation is a powerful general and frequently used reaction for the formation of carbon-carbon bond. The product obtain alpha-beta unsaturated compound which is mostly used as intermediate in the formation of natural product. In this reaction, nucleophilic addition takes place to a carbonyl compound by an active methylene compound which is accompanied by dehydration. It is often result in alpha-beta conjugated enone or electrophilic alkene. Ma'am, next slide. In his discovery, 1894 of the reaction formaldehyde with diethyl malonate in the presence of diethylamine as a catalyst, Emil Nowengel demonstrated that bis adduct product was formed. Many organic condensation reaction which are the Henry and Claisen-Semdit reaction also occur in the similar fashion as the Nowengel reaction involving different type of nucleophiles. It is usually carried out in organic solvent and catalyzed by organic bases such as pyridine and 5-pyridine. Ma'am, next slide. I have referred this point. Ma'am, next slide. Ma'am, next slide. Next point is result and discussion. We have synthesized ethyl 2-cyano 3-tetrazole 1,5-conolin for ill acrylate derivative via Nowengel condensation reaction of ethyl cyanoacetate and tetrazole conolin derivatives in the presence of alumina under room temperature condition in excellent yield. Reaction proceeds smoothly in alumina at room temperature and all the isolated compounds gives good to excellent yield through simple workup procedure. Effect of electron donating makes the product yield increase instead of electron donating group. This is the result table. Conclusion. We have synthesized ethyl 2-cyano 3-tetrazole 1,5-conolin for acrylate derivative in excellent yield. Another advantage of this method is excellent yield in shorter time and room temperature with high purity of product. Next is experimental section. To the stirred solution of
Okay,
tetrazole
sorry to
1.
interrupt. I request
No
Dr.
need to.
Sachin to proceed.
Yes, no need to explain procedure. Yeah, no need to
Okay, sir.
explain procedure. It's fine. Just tell me the purity of your product.
What, sir?
Purity of your product.
Sir, we not determine that.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Mahesh. Ma'am, please ask the next participant, please.
Okay. I request Dr. Namdev Dokle to present next. Sir, am I audible to you? I guess there is some network issue. We will take next presenter. I guess the presenters are having some issue in joining, sir.
Take the next participant, please. Next participant.
I request Vikas Rador to present next.
Hello, madam. My presentation I already sent. Please open this.
Okay. Just a minute. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Mr. V.D. Jadhav from Department of Chemistry, KTHM College, Nashik. Title of my paper is a review article on analytical method development and validation. This work I done under the guidance of Dr. V.D. Gaikwad. Next. You know, the top objective of any pharmaceutical industry is to produce products of necessary characteristics and quality reliability in a cost-effective manner. Development of a method is essential for discovery, development, and evaluation of medicine in the pharmaceutical formulation. Madam, first slide. Important of analytical method in development, such as stability studies. Without analytical methods, it is not possible to know what has happened during the stability assay. Impurities, degradation products study also done in analytical method development. Dissolution studies, chiral purity, preservative content. All these studies are very important in point of analytical method development. Next. Next slide. Interactive role of analytical methods and stability data. These interactive role of analytical method and stability data in which need analytical method to generate stability data, need stability information to develop methods. start with preliminary method based on what is known of drug substance, and also can determine content of drug substance. Known or expected degradants are separated in analytical method. Use preliminary method to analyze stress stability studies. Stress deliberately creates significant degradation. Can evaluate ability of method to separate degradants, and also interactive role of this analytical method and stability data. Use this information to modify and improve method. Next slide. Types of studies, types of stress studies in this development and validation of new entity, such as photostability study at a high temperature study, at low temperature study, oxidation reaction of this compound is studied, and also
Sir,
pH.
sorry to interrupt. Kindly go to the conclusion part, sir. I'll just share the slide.
This article gives an idea that what is validation, its type, why it is necessary, how to develop a method, and how to carry out the validation procedure to demonstrate that the technique is able to its proposed reason. All validation parameters such as linearity, limit of quantification, limit of detection, range, specificity, robustness, ruggedness, and system suitability are defined well with example of certain drugs. Validation is a necessary technique in the pharma department, and it is used to assure that the quality is worked into the procedure, supporting the development of drug and production. Lastly, I thanks this method validation report provide result of validation efforts, explain choice of acceptance. Last slide. Acknowledgement. Lastly, I thanks Sandip University, Mahirani, their MEP Samaj Nashik, Dr. V. Gaikwad, Principal at HM College Nashik, and all my research colleagues.
Okay. Because you have not taken any method, only it is a general review paper, na?
Yes, sir. I have not taken any method such as HPLC or UV.
Yeah.
It is general review papers.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Vikas, for your presentation.
Welcome.
Yeah, ma'am, please ask next participant.
Yes. I request Avinash Ahir to present. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Avinash Ahir, research student at HM College Nashik. I am going to present a mini review. Okay. I am audible, ma'am? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. I am Avinash Ahir, research student at HM College Nashik. I am going to present the mini review on synthetic approaches for bis-indole methane synthesis. Heterocyclic compounds are very important in pharmaceutical point of view and agricultural point of view. Indole ring systems and its indole ring system and bis-indole rings are very important for the. So I am in this paper I am review the various catalysts which are used for the bis-indole methane synthesis. That is organocatalyst or the different types of catalysts like this ring system that there is also still in this review, I only cover the biocatalysts which are used for bis-indole methane synthesis. And my objective of this review is that there is a further scope for the development of a synthetic strategy for the bis-indole methane synthesis. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir. I guess some network issue from his side. He left. I request Manohar Zople to present next. Sir, are you there?
Madam, I am audible?
Yes, sir. I'll just share your PPT.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, sir. You can proceed.
Good afternoon to all. Today I am going to present the magmite, an effective catalyst for overview for organic transformation, a mini review. In this, we have know that catalyst is the widely used, and in case of the organic synthesis as well as for the easy conversion of the reactant to its product. Every time there is a requirement of the fresh catalyst phase for transformation from the one reactant to the product. So the heterogeneous catalysts are able to separate, but homogeneity, due to the homogeneity, liquid catalyst cannot be separated from that particular product.
I request Sachin Kushare to present next. Sir, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible?
Yes, sir. I'll share your PPT. Kindly present.
Yes, I'm sharing.
Kindly conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to present research article is preparation and characterization of the cobalt chromate nanostructure via Sol-Gel method. The cobalt chromate is one of the most effective and attractive materials with interesting and specific properties. The cobalt chromate have two sites is AB2O4, where is A sites and B sites is represent tetrahedral and octahedral sites. The A sites is tetrahedral is occupied the cobalt ions, and the octahedral sites is B sites is occupied the chromium ions. The cobalt chromate has been studied widely due to its commercial application in chemical reactions, pollution, abundant photocatalytic H2 production, and solid propellants. The important some properties of cobalt chromate is a high surface area, low particle size, highly stable at temperature, no side effects on environment, it's easily low cost and acidic strength. The various technique to preparation of cobalt chromate by one sonochemical technique, co-precipitation, low temperature combustion method, hydrothermal method. We are using this is a simple and Sol-Gel method. The Sol-Gel method is used Two precursors are used in cobalt nitrate and chromium nitrate. It's dissolved in the deionized water, and then addition of 1.5 normal NaOH dropwise drop, and we get the precipitate. Then addition of Triton X100 is as a surfactant used, and then kept in solution in Teflon autoclave for 24 hours at 100 degrees Celsius. Then filter out, and then the product are calcined in near about 800 degrees Celsius. The various characterization technique of here, for including FTIR, DRS, XRD. XRD is a phase purity of product confirmed by the XRD. The same is a surface morphology and characterization of the material is confirmed. Then the EDS is the elemental composition and the atomic weight percentage investigated by the EDS. The one by one method. There is FTIR. The gives two peaks. Here is a two peaks. 508 and 632 per centimeter is indicating the staging vibration of metal oxygen, and here is a one small peak is indicating 886 centimeter is indicating attribute the cobalt and oxygen band is a spinel structure. And the next one is a UV diffraction spectrum. It's here is a band between the 69 and 75 is a broad band is indicating this is a curve is a green color purity of these pigments. And I'm using the scalar equation by calculate the band gap. His band gap is 2.92. The next one is a XRD of cobalt chromate. Here is a XRD is diffraction cobalt chromate illustrate chromate shows good crystalline nature with the highly ordered HKL planes. Here is a lots of HKL planes. Its nanostructure is well equipped to the JCPDS card number
Sir, can you please go to
78.
the conclusion directly?
Okay. Here is okay. In this study has demonstrated a facile, cost-effective, reproducible, and reliable route for the large-scale preparation of pure chromate. And the proposed soldier method is obtaining of cobalt chromate nanostructure is aqueous media is infectious the appropriate of large-scale production such type of nanostructure. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Manohar sir. Yes, ma'am. Please, next participant, please.
Okay.
मैम बोलो तो तुम्हें जगह मिली है
Okay, we are here done with the presentations of chemical sciences. I am really grateful to Dr. Sachin Munde for being with us and chairing the session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, madam.
बोलती हूँ मंसूरी सर को
उसको ऑन हो गया नीचे से डेविड सर
Now we will have few presentations from engineering and computer sciences. I request Arif Mansuri sir to kindly present.
Thank you, ma'am. I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're
Am I
audible.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give me a minute. I'm sharing. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So, my topic is a review on management tools and an integrated approach for process improvement. I'm a PhD scholar in Medicaps University. Along with me, Dr. Ravindra Pathak, Associate Professor Medicaps, and Dr. S.K. Sumani, ex-Vice Chancellor. Medicaps are the co-authors of this particular paper. I'll skip as the time is short as per your instructions. The contents abstract. So in modern market conditions, we can judge the we have to discover the tremendous opportunity to grow rapidly. The exact opposite side of this fast growth is challenges and the competitive conditions. Every organization is striving best to achieve maximum output at minimum investment. In order to achieve maximum, one can either reduce input flow, else will think of to maximize the production. But in all the ways, quality remains challenging aspect to understand, implement, and to achieve. There are various management tools available till date which are being used in the organization such as Six Sigma, lean manufacturing, theory of constraints, etc. This paper focuses on an integrated approach for process improvement. Further study shows that use of an integrated approach will be always better than the individual approach. Though every aspect has its pros and cons, aiming for the perfection gives high level of the competitive scale in the organization. So, in today's competitive market, many firms have tried to improve their performance using various continuous improvement methodologies such as Lean Six Sigma or Lean Manufacturing and Six Sigma, Total Quality Management, then TOC, that is Theory of Constant, Traditional Manufacturing and Management Techniques limits the growth of opportunities. So, it becomes the priority to follow the path of the perfection and the best possible alternatives to achieve the target of an organization. It is the fact that in the manufacturing sector there are various types of industries. That is only for manufacturing. Then process industries are there. Then service industries are there. They have their own requirements. So we are proposing the integrated approach to rectify the poor quality and lower yield problems of the individual sector. So before going to have the integrated approach of the management techniques, we should know what are the management techniques are already been used in the industries across the world. This is the Six Sigma. First one is Six Sigma, which is more popular. Six Sigma is a technique for.
Have few presentations from engineering and computers.
Hello. Can may I continue? Am I audible, ma'am?
I request. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To kindly present.
Yes. So I'm continuing with the presentation. So this is the first management technique, Six Sigma technique. Actually, it is audible. Actually, it is
Yes,
been.
sir. You're audible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, it is been invented by the Sir Bill Smith while working in Motorola in 1990. Sorry. So in
Sir,
1990, further Jack Welch used it to his business strategy in General Electric in 1995. Actually, the Six Sigma is a process in which 19. Can you see the screen?
yes, sir, you can proceed, sir.
Okay. So, ma'am, hello. Review on management tools and integrated approach for process improvement.
There is some network issue, I guess,
And
and due to which repetitive voice is coming, sir.
along with me, Dr. Ravindra, Associate Professor Medicals, and Dr. S.K. Sumani, ex-Vice Chancellor. Paper. I will sleep as I may short as per your instructions. The contents. So the second slide for this second management technique, which we can go for theory of constraint. This theory of constraint is again the invention of Dr. E.M. Kohlrausch. The goal, Mr. Kohlrausch in 1984 in his book, The Goal, he states that every system has at least one weakest link decreases the productivity, quality, and efficiency. So it is very important to identify the weakest link in the whole process. The next technique is lean thinking. This lean thinking is sometimes called lean manufacturing. The Toyota production system are other lean acronyms. Lean focuses on the removal of waste. Waste may be the time or a product. The time that it actually focuses the time the product is on or touched by the worker is actually the time which is been under consideration. So frequently lean thinks focus is manifested into an emphasis on flow, actually the flow process. The next technique is business process management, that is BPM. At large, all the companies are shifting their focus from cumbersome hierarchical structure to flexible, efficient horizontal value streams that capture and retain the customer in the phase of increasing competition, marketplace change. So after seeing these particular individual techniques, we can compare the three management techniques, that is Six Sigma, lean thinking, and theory of constraints. So the first criteria, what is the theory behind these all three techniques? For Six Sigma, the theory is reduction reduction in variation of the defects or the parameters or the opportunities. The lean thinking theory is actually remove the waste, and in theory of constraint, they are saying manage constraints. The application guideline in Six Sigma define, measure, analyze, and improve and control. That is DMAX cycle. In lean thinking, identify value streams, flow, pull, and perfection. In theory of constraint, the constraints are to be focus which has to be exploit. The focuses of Sigma is problem focused. In lean thinking, more with less, and in theory of constraints, system constraints. So all these criteria are there. Each Six Sigma, lean thinking, and theory of constraints we can compare. So moving to next, whether we can integrate all these three or any two of these three. So in first trial, we have tried to integrate Lean Six Sigma, which combines the efficiency and effectiveness, driving process excellence and customer satisfaction and the growth. You can see in Six Sigma, these criteria or these parameters are focused, that is increase in effectiveness, reduce variation, estimate defects, reducing variation, eliminating the defects is the driving force behind the improvement efforts. Actually, Six Sigma is the statistical tool, and it is combined with philosophy of lean thinking, that is decrease in cycle time, balance workflow, focus on the high value steps, eliminate waste, process efficiency in the driving force behind the improvement efforts. So the flow can be rearranged or reorganized, and the Six Sigma techniques can be implemented in the new flow. So the integrated approach can benefit us with the increase in yield and improving the quality. This is the first experiment we will try it, which we will try it. And the another integrated framework is combining the Six Sigma and POC, that is theory of constraint. POC, there are 5 steps: identify constraints, exploit constraints, subordinate the constraint, elevate the constraint, and check constraints. Again, a problem. So the constraint from the processes and the product which is under process. In Six Sigma, the technique is DMAC, that is define, measure, analyze, and improve. So here we can integrate the second step of TOC with this second step. Exploit constraint can be merged with the measure, analyze, and improve techniques of the Six Sigma. And the third subordinate constraint can compared, and the both the steps can go hand in hand to have the better results in the quality and the process improvement. So the total continuous process improvement can be achieved through this. These are the references which you can see from where we have taken the information and the other case studies to launch our integrated approach. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Can I stop sharing?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can stop sharing, sir. Sir, it was nice to hear from you. A very nice presentation and very in-depth knowledge was there. Thank you so much for being with us today. Am I audible to you, sir?
Just a moment. You are not audible to me. Yes.
So thank you for being with us, and we are enlightened by your presentation, sir. It was very good.
They are saying manage.
Coming upon next, I would request Nikhil Devre to present.
May I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Is it visible?
Kindly proceed. Just complete in 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Today, I am going to present my presentation on experimental investigation on rapid organic composting, a case study on kitchen waste. So, as we know that due to increase in population, there is increase in the waste day by day. Among that, the mainly food waste, kitchen waste is increasing day by day. So there is no any treatment adopted for this treatment of this waste. So I'm going to study to investigate the experimental of the processing of wet waste into the manure by some microbial changes. So there is different methods for disposal of waste, composting, landfilling, and anaerobic decomposition. According to it, I'm adopting the process of composting, which has many advantages that it is eco-friendly, organic, and low operational. So composting is a decomposition of organic matter like kitchen and that. By the composting, we get the byproduct as a compost or manure. Normally, the composting process required 45 to 60 days, and types of composting are aerobic composting, anaerobic, and vermicomposting. So these are the ingredients: carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, water required for composting, and the microorganisms, that is bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and rotifers, which helps to make the compost fresh, to helps to consume bacteria and to control the population of bacteria. Objectives of my seminar are to study the composting technique, also preparation of manure from waste, and reduce the organic waste sent to the landfill. So these are the reviews done by the authors. So research finding is that organic waste goes on increasing on landfill, and due to this, the high costing is there, and order generation is there due to the composting process. So methodology of my research is that sample preparation, collection, rears, which we'll see further. In sample preparation, I have collected a daily waste from the generated from kitchen, also the dry leaves, nearby trees and plants. Along with this, I have made some microbial changes as a yogurt in this. Uh, Due to this yogurt, there is a increase in the bacterial changes, and hence the composting becomes easy into the minimum days. The sample collection was there into the plastic bin of 30 to 30 by 80 centimeter. These are the respective layers, in which layer one was brown waste, which contains of dry leaves. Second one was green waste. Along with the green waste, after laying the layer of green waste, then the yogurt was spread out into it. So microbial change of yogurt is the main factor according to this. Then again the respective layers of brown waste, then again vegetable peels, then again yogurt, and all the layers. So these are the indicating the layers of composting. This is the brown waste, green waste, the vegetable left, and the food waste. This again the brown waste. So this sample is about of 15 days were collected into the bins according to the simultaneous layers, and it was covered pack. So there was some holes were made for the bin for the oxygen to waste for matter decomposition, and we will get the result in 25 to 28 days. This is the 80% compost ready at till date. This 20 days compost is ready, which is according to the results are that at present this is 80% ready. And according to the solid waste management rules, the compost smells like soil and color is brownish, which means it is suitable for the manure for trees and plants. The temperature is some kind of heat is liberated according to this also solid waste management rules, and other parameters need to check after the 100% composting. So the future scope is that it is useful for the plants growth, and the methods, it is economical method and can be used into the backyard. So in this we studied the composting technique, and due to composting the manure prepared by the biodegradable waste matter, also the matter sent to the landfill will be reduced through the composting process, as the results are kindly matching to the standards as per the solid waste management rules as per the CPCB. And also this study is according to that shows that we use the microbial additive as a yogurt in the composting process, and it results to rapid composting. Means composting, we can degrade the biodegradable matter. Hence, it is a research study which shows that by using the yogurt, we can decrease the rate of composting and make it as rapid as is possible. These are the references which is gone through it, and the main references of solid waste management CPCB rules under the Indian. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
So, here we have come to an end of session 2, day 2 of CRAFTS 2021. We, the organizers, are delighted with all the expert talks, valuable guidance, and all the oral presentations given by various people. Now we will proceed for award distribution. Welcome once again to everyone. We are here in the final stage of CRAFTS 2021. I am hereby declaring the awards for the participants. So the first award goes to Dinesh Kumar from Department of Life Sciences, University of Mumbai. I congratulate Dinesh Kumar. Second prize goes to Priyanka Shirode, Assistant Professor, SSVP Sanstha's LK Dr. PR Gogre College, Dhule. I congratulate Professor Priyanka. Third prize goes to Rutuja Sunil Patankar, Research Scholar of Sandip University, Department of Microbiology. Fourth prize goes to Abhishek Pramod Joshi, who is an MSc student from KSKW College, Nashik. And fifth prize is awarded to Mariam Ibrahim from Federal University, Datsinma, Kitsina State, Nigeria. I congratulate Mariam Madam. So congratulations to all the participants and for their valuable presentations. Thank you so much everyone for joining and presenting. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Nisa Reshi for valedictory function.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you, ma'am. We are in the concluding session of a 2-day scientific journey in the form of CRAFTS 2021. It has been a great pleasure to host 800 plus participants from 9 different countries. At the outset, I would like to thank Honorable Chairman of Sandip Group of Institutions, Dr. Sandip N. Jha, for accepting our invitation to be the guest of honor for this global scientific event. My sincere thanks to Dr. Chetan Chaudhary, Registrar, Sandip University, Nashik, for gracing the inaugural function. I extend my gratefulness to Professor Arvind Deshmukh sir, President, Microbiologist Society India, for his consistent support and encouragement. My sincere thanks to all the invited and eminent speakers of this international scientific event. Professor J.S. Vardi, Professor of Medical Microbiology, University of Delhi, South Campus. Dr. R.S. Bindre, Professor of Chemistry, North Maharashtra University. Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma, Associate Professor of Mathematics, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. Dr. S.P. Dole, Professor of Physics, Savitrabai Phule, Pune University. Dr. Prakash Halami, Chief Scientist and Head, Microbiology Unit and Industrial Fermentation Unit, CSIR, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Mysore, Karnataka. Thank you all invited speakers. Without your session, this event would not have been complete and fruitful. I would like to thank and acknowledge on record all the session chairs of technical sessions, oral presentations, and poster sessions for making all the sessions possible and viable. I extend my thankfulness to all the advisory board members and organizing committee members for their consistent and insightful suggestions, thereby making this event a successful one. My special thanks to Ms. Manasi Damale and Purnima Bhagwat for beautifully and energetically anchoring this mega virtual audience. It really needs to be have the nerves of steel and a lot of determination of passion to hold on such a huge audience for 7 hours in a row. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful job. A very special thanks to organizing secretaries, Mr. Vishal Lonika, Dr. Tushar Shirsagar, and Dr. Imtiaz Wani. This team of 3 has been working consistently round the clock for making this event a successful and conclusive one. Thank you, organizing secretary team. At last but not the least, I would like to thank all the participants of Crafts 2021 across the globe for making this event happen. Thank you, one and all.